I'm just gonna go in order of the Battle.net website. Alright guys, first off we have Exploding Bloatbat. Exploding Bloatbat. Peter Pipple Pecker. What do we think? 4 mana, 2/1 Death Rattle. Deal 2 damage to all enemy minions. Alright, Mr. Bloatbat. You going to the garbage area. Here we go. Nice and snug here. Four mana for what? A 2/1 with an explosive trap attached onto it? No thanks. Wait, I just did this. Alright, next up we have Snow Flipper Penguin. I don't mind this as a Zombies pick with the Rexar hero power, because essentially it's a free 1/1 stat on the zombies you create, right? It's not bad, but no one's playing 0 mana 1/1s, even if it does have beast synergy. So you're garbage too. Next up, we have Grim Necromancer. Now this one is a bit more not terrible here. Obviously, synergy with token decks, but still relatively bad. The 2/1/1s are pretty weak, and a 4 mana 2/4 is not that threatening. The stats are not too bad though. I mean, Yeti is essentially the quintessential baseline for 4-drops, and Yeti's not played. This one, stat-wise, is a little better. It's technically a 4 mana 4/6. But it's good for token. But on turn 4, as a token druid or as a token shaman, are you really looking to summon 2/1/1s and a 2/4? Maybe. Not terrible. You get a 1-star. Rattling Rascal. This one's a cute one. 4 mana 2/2 battle cry, summon a 5/5 minion. Death Rattle, summon 1 for your opponent. So right off the bat, you have 4 mana 7/7 worth of stats. And remind me, are 4 mana 7/7 good? Four mana 7/7. When's the last time a card had 4 mana 7/7? Combined with Treachery, yeah. Is there any cards that summon random 4-drops? Ironforge Portal, right? But no one's playing that anymore. Nerf to evolve, nerf to evolve, buff to devolve. Imagine if you devolve your opponent's board and one of them is the Rattling Rascal. Oh, mama! Shadow Step it? It's not the dumbest thing ever. It's pretty bad, but could this be good? No, there's no way this is good. Cards in general needs to be like pretty good by themselves. I don't see it. Chillblade Champ. Very, very plain for my 3/2 charge lifesteal. Garbage. Skulking Geese. Alright, here we go. 6 mana 4/6 battle cry, destroy all 1-cost spells in both hands and decks. Now this card, the quintessential Jade Killer. Also breaks some Evolve and Inner Fire decks if they're still around. Like, this effect is powerful when it works, if that makes sense. Against Jade Druid with one of these, it's game game winning. Now, obviously, if no one's playing J Druids or Inifire Priest or Evolve, then no one will play this card and it's unplayable. But I think the effect for what it does, the purpose of it, which is to shut down Jade and certain one-cost spell decks, I like it. And it's also going to be around for 2 years. 2 years of Skulking Geist. See this guy? He's going to be around for 2 years. Well, 1 year and 8 months, really. So in this one, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 5, 4 more expansions coming while Skulking Geist is still in rotation. So it's also that future thing where if they print a cool one-cost spell that maybe decks are built around, this can still be good. I'm gonna put it at 4. Not necessarily for just the power, but for the effect. His face looks like a butthole. Wait, does it? I don't know how much buttholes you look at, but mine doesn't look like that. Not an expert on buttholes. Bone Drake, 6 mana, 6/5, Death Rattle. Add a random dragon to your hand. It's not bad. Feels a bit slow though. But dragons on average are pretty good. There's very little weak dragons. I think the only one is Fairy Dragon. That's the weakest that I can think of in rotation. So chances are you're gonna get a decent sized minion off this. Feels really slow though. Like, you probably play this in the dragon deck, right? You're not just gonna slam down a 6 mana 6/5, draw a random dragon. Because if you get Bookworm or Dracno Operative, you need more dragons to synergize off, right? That's a 2-star. Even Dragon Priest, I think it's a bit too slow. It's good on value, but as a Dragon Priest, you already have Nettles by Historian drawing you dragons. You're wrong? What do you mean I'm wrong? Dude, have I ever been wrong about anything? And ever? Cobalt Scalebane. I think 2 is actually pretty generous. Anywho, 5 mana, at the end of a turn, give another friendly minion +3 attack. So, Weaponsmith. That's more expensive, but more attack. Really slow effect, pretty boring. That's a 1-star. I think we can all agree on a 1-star for this guy. I'm talking about constructed. I have the clip of you saying Rogue Quest is trash. I might look like Trump, but I'm actually not Trump. Sunborn Valkyr. 5 mana, 5/4, Battlecry, give adjacent minions +2 health. Good value. If you hit it, it's really, really nice. Stats obviously a bit low. I would have liked this at 4, but I think it would have been maybe a bit too strong. You need 2 minions on board. Well, even 1 minion. Would you play a 5 mana 5/6? No, you wouldn't. So on 1 minion, you are getting a 5 mana 5/6. On 2 minions, getting a 5 mana 5/8, which is a lot better, but still. It's hard. Anything that requires you to have existing board is usually pretty hard to pull off. And the effect of just +2 health is not worth it. Like Spike Ridge Steed is one of those cards that requires you to have a board. But Spike Ridge Steed, if you trigger, is like fucking good. This is just +2 health. It's a 1-star. Happy goal. Cost 0 if your hero is healed this turn. Would you play a 2-mana 3/3? In okay, so what classes heal? Priest. Paladin? Heal your hero, by the way. So shamans can't heal themselves, last I checked. Can they heal themselves? Oh, right, Jingyu Water Speaker. It's not... the tempo, it's good tempo, right? But early game, you're not looking to heal yourself. You're not looking to... You don't want to hero power yourself in the face as priest. But then again, you get to drop a ghoul, which is pretty nice. What do you guys think? Listening to the chat. Lifesteal. Lifesteal is good too. I agree. Mistress on 1. Ooh, Mistress on 1. No, wait, that doesn't make sense because they'll kill your Mistress. If you go first and you drop Mistress, you're using your Mistress to trade to his minion, but you don't get a heal because you haven't been damaged yet. Now, if you're going second and he plays a minion and you drop Mistress, he's gonna kill your Mistress before hitting you. So it's hard to combo with Mistress, right? Voodoo Doctor. You need to take damage. That's the tough part. It's fine to be able to play a heal minion early on, but you actually need to take damage. It's actually not that easy to take damage unless you set something up or you ignore their board for a turn. Ping yourself and then play Voodoo Doctor. Flame Imp into coin Voodoo Doctor into double Happy Ghoul. Does it mean, or does that sound not completely stupid? No, that sounds stupid, sorry. Yeah, I think setting up the scenario is hard, but it's anything that costs for make something cost 0 is always good, right? No, it has to be bad. It has to be bad. Realistic. I'm trying a more realistic approach this time around. No more like, oh, maybe it'll work here, maybe it'll work here. Nah. Shallow Gravedigger, too slow. Trash. Bone Mare. I mean, the stats are really thick, right? 7 mana, 9/9 plus a taunt. But again, seems slow. Arena, I imagine it to be nutso. Like if this was Arena, this would be here. But this is constructed, which brings it here. The stat line is pretty juicy though. 7 mana, 9/9. It's a Blessing of Kings with a taunt on a 5/5 body. A Blessing of King is worth about 4 mana, right? Oh, it's worth 4 mana. So essentially playing 3 mana for a 5/5 and the bonus of a taunt. I hesitate to call it trash. I don't think it'll be played, but the stat line's pretty good. I'd probably put it at 1. Death Stalker Rexar. 6 mana. I think this is the cheapest hero, right? Is there a cheaper hero than this? No, I think this one's the cheapest. 6 mana, Battlecry, deal 2 damage, and obviously the hero power Zombeast. 2 mana, stitch 2 beast together. Oh, Shaman costs 5, you're right, sorry. I like the life gain, I like the reactiveness, consecration, life gain. The hero power is very, very value, but also very, very slow. Too slow, I think. Alright, this is gonna trigger some people, but I don't think it's good at all. I don't think it's good at all. Anyone triggered in chat? The fact that I put this in garbage tier? Abominable Snowman, 7 mana, 6/7. That's right. I'll summon a friendly beast that died this game. Random friendly beast. Yeah, stat line is actually not terrible. 7 mana, 6/7 is okay, but again, too slow. I'd rather be dropping high mains. I'd rather drop a high main, even if I do have 7 mana, than an Abominable Snowman. I don't see Hunter being anything but the same old Hunter, which is to play mid-range cards on curve. The meta seems like it'll slow down though. There's almost no aggro cards printed. I think there was only 2 aggro cards printed that looks playable. And we say this every single expansion. Oh, don't worry, the meta's gonna slow down. The meta's gonna slow down. I think this is the time the meta's actually gonna slow down. I saw about 2 or 3 cards that might fit into aggro, and everything else is designed to be slow. Okay, this one, let's talk about this. Uther of the Ebon Blade. Here's a good one. So what are you getting off the bat? You're getting 5 armor and a 5/3 weapon that's gonna heal you for 5, because you're gonna swing with that weapon the turn you play it. Almost guaranteed you're gonna swing it. So that's a 10 health gain right away. You're healing for 10. And then you're gonna heal for 10 more with the remaining 2 charges. Control Paladin runs Forbidden Healing right now. Forbidden Healing can heal up to 20. This is like that, but it comes with 15 damage on a stick. You're getting a lot of heals here. And the hero power, for the most part, the hero power is a 2, summon a 2/2. Yes, there's the whole, hey, if you get 4 of them, you win the game. That's great. But for the most part, the hero power is a 2 mana 2/2. I like it. Mostly the life gain's insane. It's essentially 20 health with Ashbringer. You're paying 9 mana for 20 health and Ashbringer. It's one way to look at it. And summoning a 2/2 is pretty good. Summoning 4/2/2 wins you the game. But don't focus on the Exodia portion. It's mostly the 2 mana 2/2. I can see this being played in Control Paladin. Paladins right now are in an insane position anyway, because they have Hydrologists, Stonehill Defenders, Spikeridge Steeds, Tarims. Like, Paladin is gonna be dominant still, because I think their opener Murlocs are still also very good. Yeah, I put it as at a 4. The only concern I have with this one is, does it win you against other control decks? Does it win you the game against other control decks? Because other Death Knights are also going to be super powerful. Can you even beat Jade with this? No, you're going to lose to Jade with this. Yeah. Either 3 or 4. I'll put it at a 4. You can't go around with 20 health and Ashbringer. Alright. Simulacrum. Okay, got it. 3 mana, copy the lowest cost minion in your hand. I mean, maybe you use it in Quest Mage, but even then, as a Quest Mage, you have such a hard time finding a turn to just toss out 3 mana. And you need Sorcerer's Apprentice in hand. You also need to not have any 2 or 1 drops in hand. Too clunky. Garbage. Ooh, okay, this is probably the #1 most confusing card. Not confusing as in we don't understand what's going on. Confusing as in, is this really good or really terrible? Because it could be here, 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 it could be anywhere. Is it good or is it bad? You are essentially invincible the turn you play this. It's close to impossible to kill you when you have stealth. The only thing that can possibly kill you is Quest Warrior Hero Power for 8 damage to face, Arcane Missiles for 9 damage, or Avenging Wrath for 8 damage. And those aren't really that played. Well, the Mage and the Paladin card. So when you play this, what does your opponent do? What are they gonna do? They can't hit you in the face. They can't cast spells on your face. So they can't interact with your face. Your face is protected. So what do they do on their turn? They can either draw cards, or they can set up a bigger board, like drop a huge bunch of cards. Hunter Hero Power? Yeah, Hunter Hero Power doesn't deal 5 damage. It deals 2 damage. The 5 armor puts you out of range of like light AoE damage and light direct damage. Play Flare. Flare doesn't work on heroes. You almost need to combo this with Vanish, right? So you go Vanish. And you can't play the second Vanish, obviously, because it's 6 mana. So you got 4 mana left over after you Vanish. But you need Vanish and you need Valeera. But drawing shouldn't be hard for Rogue. You play Vanish and then you drop Arcane Giant, Arcane Giant, Arcane Giant, Arcane Giant. Oh wow, 3 Arcane Giants. Or maybe 2 Arcane Giants. 1 Arcane Giant and then a second Arcane Giant from the Hero Power. And then now you have 16 power worth of board. I want to give this 5 stars. You're essentially drawing a free card every turn. A free card that you can choose, kinda. I'm going with 5 stars. What's the Hero Power? You gain a copy of the last card you play. So if you play Vanish, it becomes a Vanish. If you play Eviscerate, it becomes a Eviscerate. So you go Vanish, Eviscerate, it becomes a Eviscerate. You don't get to keep it though. At the end of the turn, the duplicate card goes away, so you can't stack it. I'm gonna take a risk and go 5. Rogue is a class that is always relevant, right? In almost every expansion, Rogue just somehow finds a way to stay relevant. Even in expansions where they barely get anything. It's like, oh no, we're still gonna kill ya. I'm gonna give it a 5 star. Look, the last Rogue Legendary from Ungaro was a 5 star and people gave it 1 star. So I'm gonna get ahead of the game and just give it a 5-star off the bat. Toasty, goddamn genius. But what if you don't draw Vanish? Be 4-star. No, that's hedging my bets. Commit, Toast. An ability like that can't be bad. This might be our first 3-star. 6 mana, 5/5. So spells cost 2 more. Remember, this affects you as well, so. Ah, my leg. Sorry. 6 mana, 5/5 spells cost 2 more. I mean, it's just really good against Miracle Rogues and Mages in general, right? Feels like a 3-star. It affects you, so. Like, what kind of deck would run this? Mid-range deck, I imagine. Mid-range control decks. Yeah, probably 3 stars. I think it will definitely see play, but not rampant like Lothab, where it's jammed in 80% of mid-range deck. It's a good card that can really mess up some players. Bad against aggro? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cards people put in the decks that are bad against aggro. But like I said, I saw so little aggro cards this time around. I actually think aggro might not be a thing. Although Murloc Paladin is still just good, right? Pirate Warrior is still just good. Alright guys, hear me out, hear me out. You have 2 War Axes. You have 2 Arcanine Reapers. You got a Gorehowl. You got 2 Fool's Bane. You play Hobart Grapple Hammer and buff everything by +1 attack. And then you play this for a 40 attack minion. 6 mana, 40, 15. 6 mana, 40, 15. Would you guys play a minion that costs 6 mana with 40 attack, 15 health, and discards 8 cards? Let's not focus on that part. Just think about it. Spike Ridge Steed is a 6 mana, 4/12. This is a 6 mana, 40, 15. That discards 8 cards. That all has to be weapon. Let's focus on the stats. I don't like it. Discarding a card, and you don't want to discard weapon, right? Because weapons are one of the most valued cards in the game. You're looking to use your weapon. Would you play this in Pirate Warrior? No. Would you? Maybe you got an extra Arcanine Reaper and you want to summon a 6 mana 11/8. Why don't you just play Bitter Tide? It feels like Bitter Tide is just better than this in most scenarios. For an aggro purpose. And Bitter Tide doesn't discard your card. Because if you're an aggro deck, you're not using a life total anyway. Yeah, I'd rather play Bitter Tide than this. Oh my god, play this in discard Warlock. Oh, Lord. Alright. Code Raid is a tough one too. The effect isn't that good, but 3 mana 3/4 with an effect makes it more interesting. Frostbolts run in every single mage deck. But when you frostbolt something, you're generally killing it, right? And there wasn't too much freeze effects for mages this time around, besides. There's not a lot of freeze effects for mages, right? It's either 1 or 2. I lean towards 1. 3 mana 3/4 is good stats. Like in Arena, I draft this, even if I don't have any freeze card. But you can't be playing vanilla stat cards in Constructed. You have to play unfair cards. And this is a fair card. I'll put that too. Runeforge Haunter. 4 mana 5/3 during a weapon. During a turn, your weapon doesn't lose durability. Should be trash. Should be trash. They're trying to push like weapon rogue, but I don't see it. The stat line's really bad. You do get durability though, so you need an existing weapon in hand. And it has to be a good one. You don't want to play this with just your hero power dagger because it's like you're not really getting that much value. A 4 mana 5/3 stat line is really bad. Fool's Bane combo. Oh man. I'm sure it will happen eventually where someone gets that combo and just clears the opponent's entire board in one swing. And Venom weapon, yeah. I don't know. Even if weapon rogue is the thing, I don't think you include Runeforge Hunter. Ice Fishing, draw 2 Murlocs from your deck. It's good value. I mean, 2 mana, draw 2 cards is generally good. Arcane Intellect's played, but Murloc Shaman, I still think is not viable. Murloc deck is revolved around tempo and board advantage. This is the opposite of that. It's value and slows down your tempo. Slows it way down. I don't like it. Oh man, the bad column is filling up quick. Water package, I don't like it. Too slow. Corpse Raider, 5 mana, battle cry, give a friendly minion Death Rattle, resummon this minion. And what is it called? Ancestral Spirit. Ancestral Spirit with a body. Although this is neutral, so you get more value out of it. What are the best things to use this in? Anything with Divine Shield is really good. Anything with Death Rattle is really good. But it's expensive as fuck. Cards with effects like this are great in theory, and in the perfect scenario they're amazing, but hard to pull off. Now this one's a tough one. We talked about this a lot. Riplord, when it was first released. This one is confusing. It makes me feel special feelings in weird places. Also, this puts Silverback Patriarch to shame. It's like a Silverback Patriarch with 2 more health that can gain even more health. Move your cam. Oh yeah, I should go to the bottom right. I really doubt we'll have that much 5-star cards at this point. Alright, bottom right, Toast. Bottom right. Yeah, ain't gonna reach down here. A lot of people say this is the anti-token card because it's like you block so much token. When it's the opposite. This is a great card for token druids. It's like people think this is supposed to destroy the token, but it's not gonna destroy the token. It's gonna join them. Tar Creeper is better. Yeah, Tar Creeper is a more direct comparison to... I think it's good. I don't know if it's amazing. Because you want attack. You have to buff this up with Mark of the Lotus, Power of the Wild. One attack is just gonna get rolled over by an aggressive deck without them losing anything. So like if you play this against the Pirate Warrior, well, I mean, his Raider's just gonna punch it, and then he's gonna punch it, and all it took him was damage. It's good. It's good defensiveness, but it's a stall card. It doesn't remove. Torque Reaper, you know, is a stall card, but it also hits back for 3 damage and kills minions. I'll put it in 3. It's got potential. Crib Lord into Living Mana is also pretty sick. Ooh, okay, here's one that also has me excited. African American Guard. 6 mana, 3/9. Whenever your hero is healed, deal that much damage to a random minion. And the reason why I love this card so much, why I think this card has a lot of potential, is the 9 health stat line. It is really, really hard to find a 6-drop with this much health. I think the last card with this much health is both Ramshield. And the thing about both Ramshield is you can just hit the opponent in the face and kill both Ramshield. Not the case with this one. I like this card. The health is insane. The effect is also pretty good with lifesteal, especially the Uther hero power. I don't think you run 2 of them. I think maybe you run 1. But I really like it. I like the health, I like the attack, I like the effect. It's very fun, very synergistic, very reliant on you having other combo with it. And Paladins right now, what do they do on turn 6? What does the Paladin do on turn 6? They run 2 6-drops in Paladin right now. Almost all Paladins, actually. Every single Paladin. They only have 2 6-drops. Spike-Rich Steed, which is reliant on having a minion, so sometimes you probably just don't get it. And Tarim, which again is reliant on minions. So in both cases of the 6-drops, they are based on you having stuff. And your opponent's not an idiot. He's going to kill your stuff to play around them. But this guy, you can just drop on 6. And it has 9 health. How do you kill a 9 health minion? It's not easy. And you have a True Silver set up from turn 4. You might get some synergy too. Like 2 damage to a random enemy minion too. Great synergy with Uther too. The lifesteal weapon. The Uther Death Knight, sorry. So I think this one's good. I don't know if it's a 3 or 4 star though. It's either 3 or 4 in my opinion. I'm gonna put it in 4. I like it. But 3 or 4. Shadow Word Pain. I mean, Shadow Word Pain's always gonna make your life living hell. I don't know. I'm gonna take a chance on that card. I like it. Okay, this is one of them cards that are super boring, but this is one of the aggro cards I was talking about. There's not a lot of aggro cards in this set because aggro is strong. It's really strong right now, actually. Aggro Murloc Paladin, aggro Token Druid, aggro Shaman, Burn Mage, Secret aggro. So aggro is dominating right now, I'd say. I think this is a 4, maybe a 3. It's either 3 or 4. It's not 5. I lean towards 3. I think it's 3. The problem with this, it's the 1 health gets really easily dealt with. It's an abusive sergeant. It's a pre-nerf abusive sergeant. But instead of a temporary 2 attack, it's a permanent 1 attack. It's good. It's a good card. 1 mana 2/1 is aggressively statted with an upside that allows you to trade your weaker minion. Don't count it out. This with the new Paladin drop, the 1 mana 1/1 Divine Shield, you know, coin it out. Then you have a 1 mana 2/1 and a 1 mana 2/1 Divine Shield with Taunt. I think for aggro decks, it's pretty nice. I'm gonna put it at 3 though. Yeah, I'll put it at 3. I think it's really good though for aggro decks. Fallen Sun Cleric 2 mana 2/1 battle cry, give friendly minion +1/+1. Essentially a 2 mana 3/2 stat line, which isn't even good. Garbage. Garbaggio. What am I doing? Pretty clear. Oh shit, this card. You guys know this card. It's everyone's favorite card. If I can give a card 10 stars, I'd give it 10 stars. Alright, taking Abomination. Go ahead and join Vili right there. Why wouldn't you want to destroy every minion on your side? Why wouldn't you? 4 mana, kill all my own minions? Say no more, fam. Say no more. Dead Man's Hand. Shuffle a copy of your hand into your deck. 2 of them equals never fatigue, but is Fatigue Warrior gonna be a thing? Warrior didn't get that much anti-fatigue like control tools, did they? Probably have 1 starter. 2 star. The effect is very unique, but actually I probably put it in 1 star. That's a really bad card. But in the perfect scenario of a fatigue war, it's good, but nah. Nah, it should be 1 star, I just don't see it being good. Although if you do draw patches with this, you can essentially undo that and put patches back in your deck and bring out patches. So if you draw patches, it's not that bad anymore. So you just get another patches. How do you pronounce this word? Keening Banshee? I've never seen this word before. Keening? Like, I'm keen on this card. Oh, I'm very keen. What's keening? So it's a Banshee who's very keen? What's keening? Keen. It's a Fel Reaver, essentially. The only difference is it's you instead of them. But for 1 mana, you lose 3/3 worth of stats. It's not worth it. I'm not very keen on this card. All right. Tainted Zealot. Wait, is it Zealot? Oh, Zealot. 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 Half of the challenge of this new expansion is just pronouncing the cards correctly. Zealot. Zealot. Zealous. I guess it's Zealot. Anywho, bad. 2 mana 1/1 Divine Shield spell damage. Would you run this over Talnos? I mean, the most direct comparison is Talnos and Kobold Geomancer for 2 mana spell powers, right? Would you rather have a Divine Shield or a card? Divine Shield or a card? Better than Kobold? I agree. I agree. I would run this over Kobold. I don't think I'll run this over Thanos though. I would rather have a card than Divine Shield on a 1/1. Bad. Spirit Lash is interesting one though, because I think Raza Priest will be a thing. The Death Knight hero for Priest is pretty good, and it's insane with Raza. And then in the Raza deck, you're looking for cards like this, right? Removal and defensive stuff, since you can afford to run slightly weaker cards. Probably a 3. Anything that's anti-aggro that heals you, you know, can't be bad. Keeps aggro decks in check, life total. And if you are playing the Death Knight hero, you're not gonna have access to your healing hero power anymore, but that's not a big deal. All right. Phantom Freebooter. The only pirate deck right now is Warrior. And as a Warrior, you're not looking to play this because it's slow and it's not very aggressively statted. I'd much rather run a Naga Corsair than a Phantom Freebooter. 1 star for me. I mean, I guess you can play this in Rogue, but your hero power is just going to make this a Yeti anyway. Not good. Next up, Ghastly Conjurer. I like this because of Quest Mage synergy. You get a mirror image spell to your hand. Essentially, it helps 2 things with Quest Mage. There are 3, okay, so when you play Quest Mage, I don't know if you guys know this, but every now and then I play Quest Mage on my stream. You guys hear about this? But there's 3 things you want to accomplish with Quest Mage. You want to draw a shit ton of cards. You want to not die. And you gotta complete your quest. And this hits 2 of them. Mirror Image hits the quest completion, and the Mirror Image spell is defensive and blocks 2 attacks. So it helps with the not dying part. It doesn't help you draw the combo pieces, but you know, this card's not going to be able to do it all. And then 4 mana, 2/6s. Not the worst stats in the world. Put it at a 2. Because I don't see you playing this in anything besides Quest Mage. It's usable in Quest Mage, in my opinion. If I was playing Quest Mage, I'd probably run one of these, maybe 2, probably just 1. But I don't see this being played in anything but Quest Mage, so I'm gonna keep it at 2 star. Ooh, here we go. Looks just like me in high school. 8 mana, 4/6. Whenever this minion survives damage. Summon a random legendary minion. The meme value, I give it a 5 star because you can actually trigger this 5 times on turn 10 and have 5 random legendary, and it's hilarious. But the competitive viability route, random legendary minion sounds great. Because when you think legendary minion, you think about the good guys. You think about Tyrians. You think about Ragnaroses. You think about, I don't know, Alex Strazas, Maligoses. That's only because they get played. There's a lot of shitty legendaries. You know, you're thinking, there's like Chos, Low Rocket Chos, Nat Pagos. I don't know. Think Master Oversparks. There's just too much bad legendaries. And it's so expensive. And it has to survive damage. So if your opponent just hits it with 6 attack, you get nothing. You play the 8 mana 4/6. I'll put that 2 star. No, it's 1 star. From a realistic point of view. Alright. Well, I mean, I give this 5 stars at stirring up weird feelings in me, but it's a River Crocolisk. I look forward to someone playing this and burning an Antonidas. And everyone's going, lol, haha. But 99% of the time, it's a River Crocolisk. It is getting crowded. Corpse Widow is a card that has me scratching my head. What do you guys... Let me ask you guys this. I might ask you something, Twitch chat. Your Death Rattle cards cost 2 less. Now, what does that mean? What does it mean by your Death Rattle cards? Your cards with a Death Rattle effects? Your cards with the word Death Rattle on it? What does your Death Rattle cards mean? Actually. So does it work with N'Zoth? Because it has the word Death Rattle on it? It shouldn't, right? So this only applies to cards with a Death Rattle. So it should work with Arm of Tentacles. Or Tentacle of Arms. Which one is it? It should work with Despite. It should work with Tentacle of Arms. I know they're warrior cards, I know. It should work with Blood Razor. It should work with... They said the effect. Frostmourne. Oh, okay, so it will work with Frostmourne. So your cards with the Death Rattle effect. Your Death Rattle cards. Yeah. Fair enough. 5 mana 4/6. It's a beast. What Death Rattle cards are in Hunter? Fire Bat, Rat Pack, Kindly Grandmama. But wouldn't you be playing Kindly Grandmama? It's a 2 or a 3. Probably just a 2. I don't feel that strongly about anything that reduces cost are usually very good though, but that is true. Anything with mana reduction is generally considered good, but we do have Cloak Huntress, and Cloak Huntress isn't even being played right now. Five mana 4/6 is not bad stats. It's not great, but it ain't bad too. Put it at 3. Icebreaker. So chat, let me hear your favorite icebreaker. I remember going to college. During orientation week, we played so much icebreaker games. It's like, hey, why don't you guys... Oh, I know one icebreaker game is where everyone hold hands in a circle and then they tangle you up and then you try to untangle because it relies on communication and involves a lot of touching. I enjoy that one. But yeah, this is garbage. All right, the garbage tier is full, so I'm going back up top here. Don't want to be playing 3 mana 1/3 weapons. Death Axe Punisher. 4 mana 3/3 battle cry. Give a random lifesteal minion in your hand +2/+2. Garbaggio. Grave Shambler. Whenever your weapon is destroyed, gain +1/+1. So what? On turn 3, on turn 2 you War Axe. And you wait, no, that doesn't make sense. On turn 3 you garbage. I mean, at best it's a 4 mana 5/5, assuming you equip a weapon on 2 or 3 and break it on 4 the turn you play this. Even if you re-equip a weapon, all weapons have more than 1 durability, so you're not buffing this again. Yeah, no, it's gotta be garbage. Skelemancer. Great for anti-Doomsayer tech, but there are way better cards if you want tech for Doomsayer anyway. Right back. Okay, so I mean the dream scenario is you slam this down when your opponent goes Doomsayer, right? Can you give it taunt? It's good AoE insurance, but you much want to do something else with your 5 mana, right? Your opponent will ignore it every single time. Every single time. They're not going to deal with this. You can give a taunt and be like, hey, deal with it. But at that point, why not just use it on a Devilsaur? I don't know. You can make it threatening, but you can just make a Devilsaur egg threatening. And summons a 5/5 instead of an 8/8. If you want AoE, like, Devilsaur Egg does pretty much everything this does at 2 less. Like, the stat line's obviously a bit lower for Devilsaur Egg, but if you're thinking the line of, hey, I'm going to play a minion that he doesn't want to kill, but I'm going to make him want to kill it, it does remind me a lot of Devilsaur Egg, which is not played at all. Except this attacks, yes, that 2 damage each turn is really going to hurt them. I get it. If you buff this up, it's like a threat and he has to deal with it. And if he deals with it, summons an 8/8. Yeah, makes sense. But that's a lot of requirements. And it costs 5 mana. 5 mana is an insane amount. Valkyr, Soul Claimer, whenever this minion survives damage, summon a +2, wait, summon a 2/2 ghoul. I need a closer look here. I don't know. Survives damage, so what? Let's say you trigger it once. If you trigger it once, it's essentially a 3 mana 3/6 worth of stats, which is good. 3 mana 3/6 is good. And this one doesn't discard your entire hand like the other 3 mana 3/6 from Warlock. But to survive damage, that's the big deal. It has to survive. So it gets traded off by a Kakona Elite, assuming your opponent coins it out. dies to weapon really easily. But if you coin this out on 2 and it gets 1 trigger, it's really nice. They can't kill this with a War Axe. I don't think it's good. Here's the thing, even if you do get 1 trigger, which is essentially a 3-mana 3/6 again, it's almost impossible to get a second trigger, right? In order to get a second trigger, this has to only take a singular damage. And at that point, wouldn't you rather have Acolyte and just draw cards for free? No. Like, in my opinion, I'd rather run Acolyte than this. Do you want a card or do you want a 2/2 on board? I mean, in some cases you want the 2/2, but in most cases, drawing cards is just good because you can get better answers. Remember Imp Gang Boss, but Imp Gang Boss has 1 more attack. And Imp Gang Boss doesn't have to survive damage, which is a big deal. One mana, 1/1 Murloc, lifesteal. Cute. Vanilla. Bad. I mean, Tide Call is just better in every single way. When it comes to, like, wanting to drop a turn 1 Murloc. Wretched Tiller. Whenever this minion attacks, deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. Feels like a Leper Gnome. It's a 1 mana 3/1 when attacking heroes, right? But it goes past taunt. Your opponent sets up an entire taunt board. You play Wretched Tiller and you hit them for 2 damage to face. Looks like a McCree. What's going on? Is that, yeah, the art is weird. It looks like he's riding. It looks like he skipped leg day. Right? His legs are tiny. Like his, but the horse looks tiny too. This guy's thighs. Let me show you. Let me point this out for a second here. His thighs are the size of his horse's head. But his head is the size of his thigh, which is the same size as the head. It's a donkey. Oh, he's a dwarf? Wait, is this a dwarf? Doesn't look like a dwarf. He has a mustache. Wait, is this a dwarf? That would make more sense if it is a dwarf. And by dwarf, I mean the fantasy Frodo Baggins dwarf, not dwarfism, human condition dwarf. He's not riding it. No, he's riding it. It's a dwarf on a donkey. Okay. That would explain the proportions. But anywho, not very good. Not the aggro card you need. Aggro decks isn't based around hitting face. It's based around board advantage and then hitting face. When you look at every single aggro deck out there right now, including Token Druid, Token Shaman, Murloc Paladin, Pirate Warrior, they do a lot of trading early on. You know, Warrior uses their War Axe to clear. Very rarely do they actually use it to hit face. And then towards the turn 5 and 6 mark, that's when they start going like, because they have enough to burst you down. This is not helping you trade at all. Saturday Night Chain Gang is one that's pretty interesting as well. Obviously, most direct comparison is Feral Spirit, but you pay an extra 1 mana to not get overloaded for 2 mana, so you technically come out 1 mana ahead. Of course, synergy with Hand Buffetin and Evolve. The taunt is just nice too. I think this one has potential. 4 mana, 4/6 worth of stats, split between 2 targets. Slightly weaker to AoE, but slightly better against single target, of course. The taunt is good too. It's a card with just good stats and good effects, and has good synergy with evolve and hand buff. So I think this is a 3. I think it's a 3. It's just a card that's not bad, you know. The stat line makes sense. All right, this one is from the card dump, so you guys probably haven't seen this on stream. 6 mana, 5/5 combo, deal damage equal to the number of other cards you played this turn. Comboing 6 drops are really, really hard. And if you're gonna play a 6-drop minion in Rogue, chances are it's Auctioneer. Because this one is a 6-drop that requires you to play a lot of cards on the same turn. That's exactly what Auctioneer is. It's a 6-drop you play while you're playing a lot of other cards on the same turn. It can't be good. The only thing that might make sense, which doesn't even make sense, is Shadowcastering it, so it's a 1 mana 1/1. And then you play 15 cards on one turn, and then you drop this for 15 damage to the face. For maximum Ellie Giggle value. Maximum, like the mean value is there. Shadowcaster this, play 15 cards in one turn somehow, drop this for 15 damage face. Hilarious. But from a realistic point of view, you're not gonna be able to do this. I mean, I'm gonna try to do. I wonder what you can do. You can set this up to do like 100 damage, but you are limited by the rope timer. So if you want to like go for the world record, what you do is double Radiant Elemental, double Shadow Visions, steal this from your opponent deck, and try and go for the world record. That's probably a fun little competition. What's the highest spectral pillager you can get? And it's limited by your APM, right? Probably tops out at around 30, because back when we were doing the exploit, listen, watching. Is there staff in chat? Back when we accidentally tried a bug accidentally, not on purpose, without the intention to break the game accidentally, I think we got around 30 Shadow Visions, doing the same Shadow Visions over and over again. So this probably will top out at 30 if you're trying to go for the highest amount possible. You are limited by the rope, but it's too expensive to be comboed. And like I said, I would much rather just use it on Auctioneer if I'm gonna play a whole bunch of cards with a 6-drop. Drakari Defender. Now usually when this was first released, everyone's saying it's terrible, but we do have that Shaman Giant, right? Snow Fury Giant, Snow Fury Gigante. Where is it? Let me try to find it here, because that changes things a little bit, just a little bit. Snow Fury Gigante. And I can't find it. Damn, where'd it go? Alright. People compare it to a Dreadlord, which isn't surprising since they share the exact same stat. Now, here we go. Snow Fury Giant. In order to properly evaluate this, you have to consider the fact that some people might go for Snow Fury Giant deck, which isn't terrible because of Spirit Echoes. Spirit Echoes and, you know, 2 cheap Snow Fury Giant is pretty sick. Rogues do it with Arcane Giants, right? Mages and Druids sometimes do it with Arcane Giant. This gets you there pretty fast. It's not as garbage as people think. If you drop this on 3 without the coin, you're going to turn 4 with 1 mana, which is really, really, really bad. If you drop this on 3 with the coin, you can coin... what's that 2 mana 3/2 that unloads you? The 3 mana 3/2 that removes your overload. You could go for like a heavy overload deck and then drop double Snow Fury Giant and then Spirit Echo it, and then serve out Calamos into discovering more Snow Fury Giants. It's not as crazy as you might think. A control overload shaman deck based around Snow Fury Giants. Because you have Volcano, you have Lightning Storm in a control shaman deck designed to overload you. An elemental shaman is very slow as well. Most people put this at a 1. I'm gonna put it at 2. Not to mention the fact that because we'll talk about Snow Fury in a bit. Snow Fury is very interesting. Ooh, here's a card that's very, very unique. Very cool. I love the design of this card. 1 mana Doomerang. Throw your weapon at a minion. It deals its damage, then returns to your hand. The design of it is great. It's amazing. I love the idea of just chucking a gore howl at your opponent's face and then it's spinning it back. I like it. I don't think... What would you use this with? I mean, if your weapon has lifesteal, if your weapon has poisonous, it'll work. It should work. Blizzard, if it doesn't work, I'm gonna make a video on it. But it should work. So if your weapon has Envenom Poison on it, you just throw it at a minion and kill it right away. I think the most interesting combo with this card is with the Obsidian Shard. Because if you can get Obsidian Shard to 0 mana by playing 4 spells from another opponent, 4 cards from another opponent, it's class. What you have is a 0 mana 3/3 weapon that you can equip, punch, throw, and re-equip. Now Obsidian Shard still has its value, right? It's still a 0 mana 3/3, but your Doomerang essentially gave you 3 free damage. Well, 6 free damage. If you want to look at it like that. But that's a very, very specific combo. Does it go back equip or go back your hand? It goes back to your hand. And it also loses all buffs. But the durability also resets too. Like it won't... If you envenom your weapon and you throw it and you re-equip it, it's not going to still have envenom on it. I think the card just resets. So your 3/1 Obsidian Shard goes back to being a 3/3 Obsidian Shard. Does this trigger Death Rattle? Ooh, that's a good question. Twitch chat, does this trigger Death Rattle? The specific wording, it deals its damage, then returns to your hand. Now, when it comes to minions, when you return something, it does not trigger the Death Rattle. So it shouldn't trigger the Death Rattle, right? Okay, Mike Donate says it doesn't trigger. I'm not sure if you guys know, but I think Mike Donate might know a thing or two. So it doesn't trigger the Death Rattle. And it shouldn't, because returning stuff doesn't trigger it. But no, I really like the flavor of it. It's really cool. Oh yeah, Blizzard staff in chat. Twitch chat, please don't overuse Monka S or Toasty S. I'm going to give it a 3 just because I love the effect. I don't think it's going to be that good, but it's getting a 3 in my books. Mountain Fire Armor. For the man who wants to go smork, but also enjoys taking it slow every now and then. Would you play a 3 mana 4/3 gain 6 armor? Ooh, that's pretty good. Yeah, this card is hard to judge because the Death Rattle indicates a defensive, but the stat line indicates an offensive. It should just be good though, right? Gaining 6 armor. If you play a 3 mana 4/3, gain 6 armor, it's really good. But do you want to play this in a control warrior, or do you want to play this in a... I don't think you play this in an aggro warrior, because the armor you gain is essentially pointless. So you play this in maybe a mid-range or control warrior. He protect, but he also attack. Nice meme, Twitch chat. Nice meme. 4 or 3. It's probably 3, right? Like, it's a good card, I think. The effect is very unique too. But I don't think it's good enough to put in a 4. Six armor is a lot. Synergizes with your shield slam as well. Let's go 3. One mana, 1/3. After you play a minion, deal 1 damage to it. That's a great card in Warrior Army. Obviously, synergy insane. 1 mana, 1/3s are generally pretty good, especially with effects. When you look at the history of 1 mana, 1/3s, what do you have? Mana Worm, which scales. Northside Cleric, which draws. Finley, which is great for hero power changing. Melkazar's Imp, good effect. Synergize with discard. The only 1 mana 1/3 I think that wasn't played is Warbot. And that's because it's like the effect of Warbot is never like the ceiling for Warbot is so low, right? An extra 1 attack is like whoop de fucking do. But with Animated Berserker, essentially you can activate your Acolyte. Because we've seen people do this. We've seen some people that just drop Acolyte into Whirlwind just to cycle. I think this is a 3. 1 mana 1/3s are not too bad. Sometimes you just drop it to combat aggro, right? Tunnel Trog scales too, yeah. Anything with this stat line and a bonus effect that's not just, hey, gain 1 attack, should be good. It's got good synergy with everything Warrior wants. You know, Armorsmith, Enrage, Acolyte card draw, Growmush, Rush, Rot Face. So I think it'll have a place. Maybe not in this expansion, but down the line too. Avalanche, 4 mana, freeze a minion, and deal 3 damage to adjacent one. First off, anything that revolves around board positioning, I always like. We've seen it so many times, like, oh, they didn't play around Meteor, but they didn't play around Explosive Shot, so yeah, it's good. It's a better Cone of Cold. 4 mana, deal 3 damage to adjacent one. It's kind of similar to Deadly Shot. That's more controllable, but more play aroundable. Similar to Cone of Cold, but only, I don't know. I'm gonna go with bad. Is it bad? It doesn't feel that good. It's a good card. Shut the fuck up. All right. That guy's very excited about Avalanche. It's tough. It's tough. People will play around it. 4 mana deals 6 damage, but you need a setup. In order for it to deal 6 damage, he has to have 3 minions. And what if he positions his good minions on the side, right? It's either a 1 or 2. Nothing higher. Let's see, you're playing against a Shaman. You're playing Murloc Paladin. He avalanches you on 4. You got 3 minions and it hurts. You got 2 minions, one's frozen, one takes 3. I can see it. Voodoo Hexer. Now, this is a card that I think is just good without any freeze shenanigans, like not, you know, Icebreaker, Murabi, Shatter, whatever. Reminds me a lot of Alley Armorsmith, right? It does something a bit differently, but maybe it's even better. Because let's say they attack him with a big ass minion. Freezing stuff is essentially preventing damage for the next turn, right? Yeah, you drop Alley Armorsmith and he kills it with, I don't know, Alex Raza. And you gain 2 armor. It's great and all, but this one does something similar and freezes them. But obviously, 2 very different cards. But they're both very defensive too. Probably a 3. I can see this being played just as it is without the freeze shenanigans. I don't think it's as good as Alley Armorsmith for sure, but it's a great defensive card. I can see it being played in Control Shaman. Set up for a Volcano or a Lightning Storm. Vryghoul. Death Rattle. If it's your opponent's turn, summon a 2/2 Ghoul. We have this card already. It's called Egg Napper, which doesn't come with a condition. I mean, the difference between a 1 mana 2/2 and 2 1/1s is a bit minuscule in the decks that would play this. And Egg Napper is not really popular. And Egg Napper doesn't have a condition. Bad. I can see this being played if it was 2 mana. Because it's like super annoying on 2 mana and your opponent wants to kill it, but then if you kill it, you summon a 2/2, essentially it's a 2 mana 5/3. I think it'll be broken at 2 mana actually. But at 3 mana, I'd rather just play Egg Napper. Meat Wagon, great meme card. People say, oh, hey, why don't you combo this with Buffetin? You buff it up to, you know, 8 attack and summon Tyrion. Or Crazed Alchemist. Just Crazed Alchemist it and summon a big minion. But I think if you try too hard to trigger the effect, it's not good. And also dilutes the quality of cards. Because there's a lot of good 0 attack minions too. Especially in Shaman. Flame Tongue, Primal Fin, Mana Tide are really good to pull out. Validated Doomsayer, of course, is a meme tech you can try. Would you play this in Shaman? Just to pull out totems. 4 mana, 1/4 Death Rattle, summon a Mana Tide totem. Four mana, 1/4 Death Rattle, summon a Primal Fin / Mana Tide totem. Probably not, right? Although as a Shaman, you have a way to make cards like this threatening with Flame Tongue and Bloodlust. Feels too slow though. Probably a 2. Great meme value. I look forward to the guy who buffs this up, suicides it, and gets Tyrion out of it. Ice Walker. Now the thing that interests me about this card is the synergy with other hero power. If you have this as a priest, do you freeze your opponent? Do you freeze your target? So you have this as a priest and you heal. It freezes, right? It should freeze. Now what if you have a hunter hero power? Will this work with hunter? Does it freeze the opponent's face with hunter? I don't think so, right? This guy tells you're rating these cards like an idiot. Well, thank you for that. Hunter doesn't target. All right, fine. Now you might be saying, well, Hunter doesn't target. But what if you have this card and Steam Weedle Sniper? Now I know some of you are thinking, Steam Weedle Sniper? What's that? I never heard of Steam Weedle Sniper. 12, by the way. Just as a reminder, this is what Steam Weedle Sniper is. So if you have this and Ice Walker on the board as Hunter, and you target a minion with it, will it freeze it? These are the things that interest me. This guy's toast, this is a mage card. Wait, what? Wait, Ice Walker is a mage card? Huh. Thank you for that. See, I'm colorblind, so I thought this was a Hunter card, but to that one guy in Twitch chat who so proudly proclaims, hey Toast, Ice Walker's a mage card. You can't get this in Hunter, it's a mage card. Just so you know, it's a mage card, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for that. Twitch chat, it's a mage card. We have that one guy in chat to thank. Oh man. I mean, I don't think it's very good as a whole. I think it holds interesting science possibilities, most with Steam Weedle Sniper, but it's a bit slow. This guy says, why did you rate Ticking Abomination 5 stars? How could I not rate a card with this face 5 stars? Look at this face. Look at it, Twitch chat. Look at it. This is a great card. Of course it's 5 stars. And why wouldn't you want to pay 4 mana to destroy your board? I don't know why this is even a question. Anywho, moving on. Blood Razor. 4 mana, 2/2, Battle Cry, and Death Rattle deal 1 damage to all minions. So essentially, when you equip it, it's a 3/2. I mean, it looks kind of weird, but you can equip it and kill a 3 health minion. Right? It's similar to Deathbite. Deathbite's just way better, in my opinion. Deathbite was one of those cards that were super high powered. This is a toned down Deathbite by a mile. It's a card that Warrior wants, right? Warrior loves dealing 1 damage to everything. So it can't be bad. Probably a 3. It's not insane. Deathbite's insane. This is a reasonable. It's a death nibble, essentially. I'll give it a 3. I don't know if you run 2. You can probably get away with running 1, but running 2 is a bit too much. Snow Fury Giant. Cost 1 less for each mana crystal you've overloaded. The first thing I want to point out is the 11 mana cost. Everyone's talked about this, but this is actually really, really important. 11 mana means 10 mana creatures can now be evolved, which is a huge deal. And 12 mana minions, aka Arcane Giants, can be devolved, which is also a huge deal. Yeah. Because you know exactly what you get. And also when Yogg casts all its shenanigans. Right now when Yogg casts Evolve, nothing happens to him. But now, if Yogg casts Evolve, it'll stop right away and turn into an 8/8, which isn't terrible, but it stops the Yogg train. And there's also some devolve considerations too, right? If your opponent drops double Arcane Giants and Stegodon Steeded, I mean, I'm throwing it way out there, but devolve can now work against Arcane Giant and remove, you know, buffs. Essentially, it just becomes an 8/8, but it will be relevant. Overload. So we mentioned the Kari, what's it called? The Kari Death Lord. What's the name? Defender. The Kari Defender. Overload by 3 brings it down to 8. I can see a Snow Fury Giant deck with Spirit Echoes, Elemental, Overload, Control Shaman. You know, you play stuff like Volcano, you play stuff like Lightning Storm, you run the Elemental package. With Servant of Calamos. Servant of Calamos into more Snow Fury Giants. It's an Elemental itself, so it keeps your Elemental chain going. Spirit Echo returns more of them. Is it possible to overload for 11 mana? It's hard to reach that much, right? So 2 Lightning Storm is 4 overload. 2 Volcanoes is 6 overload, so that's 10. J-Claw, you probably run J-Claw. I don't know if you run J-Claw actually, but J-Claw's a really good card for removal and overload. The card Defender is 3, assuming you want to run it. Feral Spirit is 2 each. You can get there. You can easily get there. If you're running a Shaman slow deck, you can last long enough. Earth Elemental wouldn't be so bad anymore. 5 mana, 7/8, overload for 3. I can see it. I can definitely see Snow Fury Giant being played. I want to go 4 actually. Maybe I'm being a bit too generous, but I can see a deck revolving around Snow Fury Giant. I can see Elemental, Control, Shaman being good because of Snow Fury Giant. I'll go 4 on this. It's a bit high, but I can see this being a thing. Frozen Clone, 3 mana. After your opponent plays a minion, add 2 copies of it to your hand. What are the best mage secrets? Ice Block, number 1. What's some other good ones? Counterspell, Spellbender in Paladin meta. Mana Bind's not played. So this needs to be essentially better than either Counterspell, Mirror Entity, or Spellbender, right? Would you play this or Mirror Entity? Archaeologist is one of the best cards in rotation right now. So having good secrets is always appreciated. Most people play Archaeologist. Most people are playing secrets right now because of Archaeologist, because it's so good, right? Even if it's just drawing Ice Block. So I think every mage secret needs to be looked at. Would you rather play this over Counterspell, over Mirror Entity, or Spellbender? Yes? No? What's the worst thing you can get? Fireflies. Probably Fireflies, right? If they play a big minion, you'd rather copy it right away. If they play a weak minion, then having it in your hand's not too bad. Probably a 2. No. Probably a 1. Nah, probably a 1. Probably 1. 2? You're up against a paladin and you play this and he plays hydrologist and you get hydrologist, which is great. you're up against a priest, and you play this, and he plays Northside Cleric, and you're like, okay, I can't heal. What am I gonna do with Northside Clerics? But you don't want to play. No, it should be bad, right? I don't think it beats Spellbender, Mirror Entity, or Counterspell. Glacial Mysteries. 8 mana, put one of each secret from your deck into the battlefield. What's the dream scenario? You got no secret setup. You get Ice Block, you get Counterspell, you get Mirror Entity, you get Spellbender and Ice Barrier or Spellbender? No. Ice Barrier or Mana Bind, or the Frozen Clone one for 8 mana. Feels really slow. And Mage Secrets aren't that hard to play around, if they can be played around. There are some cases where you just have a Tyrion in your hand, you're like, well, I have to play this or I can't play this, right? Feels really slow. And what are you gonna do? Because you're gonna be running Archaeologist with this deck. And if you have Ice Block, generally you've already set it up by then. So you're only pulling 4 secrets. It's too expensive. The effect is very powerful though. For 8 mana, you can have 15 mana worth of power and 5 cards swing. It's just that secrets are really easy to play around. I'm gonna put it at 2. I'll put it at 2. Ooh, Bear Shark. Now this card, it's so simple, right? 3 mana, 4/3, can't be targeted. It's great from Glyph. Why would it be great from Glyph? It wouldn't make sense to get it from Glyph, because the only way it's gonna be good from Glyph is if you're running 5 secrets in your deck. And no one is running 5 secrets, unless they're already running Glacial Mysteries for that synergy. So if you're playing a deck that doesn't have it and you Glyph into it, it's not exactly good. Unless you're saying you're running a Glacial Mysteries synergy deck, and you Glyph into Glacial Mysteries without playing your actual Glacial Mysteries. And your second Glacial Mysteries will just be bad because all your secrets are out by then. Anywho. Bear Shark, very simple effect. Good stats. 3 mana, 4/3 is good stats. 7 mana, like 7 worth of stats is usually the sweet spot for 3 drops. Like when you look at Spider Tank and stuff. Can't be targeted makes this really annoying to deal with, right? But it just dies to War Axe. But against mages, it's like, how do they kill it? I guess Valet might be one way to do it. Curves really nicely into Houndmaster. It's a beast. You don't buff... As a hunter, you don't buff your beast with spells, right? You buff it with Crackling Razor Maw, you buff it with Houndmaster, so you can still buff it up. I like it. It's either a 4 or 3. I don't think it's a 4 though. It's really strong if it's unanswered because you're just hitting your opponent in the face. You play this against a priest and they just cry because they can't kill it. I'm gonna put it as 3. I think it's really good. I think it has a good chance of being played in Hunter, but it's not exactly a card that wins you the game, right? It's 3 or 4. Ultimate Infestation. This is the card that has people talking. Now you might think I want to rate this 5 stars because it has 5 damage. It draws 5 cards. You gain 5 armor. And you summon a 5/5 ghoul. 5. And the number 5 appears 5 times. And you might think, wait, why isn't this, 5 mana, right? If they live the number 5 so much. But the thing is, the number 10, it's actually 2 5s. It's 1 5 and another 5. So they found a way to fit 5 in here even more by making it 10, because it's 2 5s. So it's actually 7 5s Oh Lord. Do you play 2 of these? I think it's great in big easy druid. Because sometimes you spend all your resources ramping and you run out of steam. Nourish is good to pick up, but sometimes you also use the Nourish for ramp. This is a great way to refresh your hand. If there's one class that can get to 10 mana really, really fast, it's obviously Druid, right? Let's innovate with Wild Growth, Mire Keeper, Jade Blossoms. I hesitate to put it at 5 stars though, because 10 mana is a lot. Would you play this in Jade? Yeah, I'd probably play this in Jade. Would you play in Jade? You shuffle Jade Idol. You play this, you remove stuff, you gain health, you have threats on the board. Probably play this in Jade, right? You play this in Ramp Druid too. I can see you playing 1 copy of this. 2 copies might be overkill though. It's gotta be. The effect is just so crazy. It's either 4 or 5. The effect is crazy. It's a really, really good Kazakus potion too. Yeah, I'll put it at 5. If it was in any other class, I'd probably put it at 3. Like if it's in Priest, if it's in Paladin, if it's in Mage. But it's in the one class with the ability to hit 10 mana ahead of time. And it covers the weakness of ramping, right? When you ramp, you lose tempo, and you lose card value. This makes up for it. Tom B. Lurker. Battlecry, add a random death rattle that died this game to your hand. In the words of Michael Jackson, it's bad. Howling Commander, Tyrion on a stick, Bovar on a stick. Well, I mean, draw Bovar, draw Tyrion. It's not 1 star. Anything that's 3 mana 2/2 that draws a card can't be 1 star, right? Especially with the specification. If you build your deck in a certain way, you're guaranteed to draw. You know what you can draw, right? It's a dead card though if you draw your Divine Shield minions before this. I can see this being a one-off. Maybe even a... Yeah, I can see this being a one-off. Because you don't want this... You don't want 2, right? Because the second one might be dead. You can draw Tyrion, you can draw Bovar, or you can draw Breaker Flame, Wrestle. Why would you want to draw a Tyrion that early? You're not generally dropping this on 3. Early game, you're fighting off aggro, and then eventually you should have a breather turn to drop this. Have a body on board, 3 mana 2/2, and have a big guy. It's a bad turn 3. Yeah, I mean, you're not trying to drop this on turn 3, which makes this weak, right? It's not a great turn 3 play. You can do it turn 3 if you're up against a slower control deck and they're not doing anything. It's a great thing to just slam down and get a card. But probably rate this as a 2. I can see people playing 1 copy of this. just to make sure they draw the Tyrion, because Tyrion is one of those power cards that you really want. Oh wait, hold on. I guess another comparison is Stonehill Defender. It might seem weird, but because Stonehill Defender gives you Tyrion as well, has a really high chance to give you Tyrion, has a really high chance to give you Wicked Flame, has a high chance to also give you Tarim, which is one of the better legendaries as well. Would you run Stonehill? If you had to choose between this and Stonehill Defender, I think you go Stonehill each time, right? Tyrion's nice and all, but yeah, I'd rather run a Stonehill over this. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna leave it as a 2. But if I had the choice, I'd run Stonehill. It's less consistent, but also more flexible. It also comes with a taunt. Mindbreaker, hero powers are disabled, 3 mana, 2/5. 2 niche of an effect. 2 weak of a body. Necrotic Geist. 6 mana, 5/3. Whenever one of your other minions dies, summon a 2/2 ghoul. Oh my god, guys. Spell Powered Defile. Infinite. The ghoul dies, and then you summon a ghoul, and it dies. And summons a ghoul, and dies. And summons a ghoul, and dies. And summons a ghoul. We've broken the game. Now you might be thinking, Toast, what didn't the Necrotic Geese just die to? And that's when we introduced the Death Speaker. Oh shit! You goddamn genius! If you make this minion immune, you summon infinite ghouls. GG. I probably shouldn't be talking about this with Blizzard employees watching. No combo here. No infinite combos here, Blizzard. Just a nice little boy doing honest card reviews without suggesting ways to break the game. But anyway, not very good. Sanguine Reveler. 1 mana, 1/1, battle cry, destroy friendly minion, game +2/+2. Egg Synergy is the only thing that comes to mind. But that requires Possessed Villager is another one. Would you coin Possessed Villager this? So you end up with a 1/1 and a 3/3. So 2 mana, 4/4 for 2 cards and a coin. That doesn't seem very good. 2 mana. You use the coin. Well, I mean, you technically use 1 mana. You can't count the coin and the 2 mana, right? 4/4 worth of stats. Compare that to Druid. A Druid can coin innovate a 4-drop. Even if it's a Yeti, it's a 4/5 worth of stats versus a 4/4 worth of stats. Use it on egg, yeah, but we already have what, Pterodax, which curves into the egg, right? You go turn 3 egg, turn 4 Pterodax, and no one's playing that. This is a 1 mana. It's more flexible, but cards effect like this makes you feel like you should play this early on. Nah. Now, what's the dream scenario? Possessed Villager coin this. Is that the dream scenario here? Devil Sword Egg on 3. Play this, summon 5/5. Ticking Abomination. What, you guys don't think this is a 1? How can this be even... Well, it's not a 3, 4, or 5, for sure. Maybe it's a 2. Egg combo. You have options to activate your eggs already. I don't think so. You have what? Void Terror and Pterodax to activate eggs on 3. Right? What are you hoping for? Devilsaur Egg on 3, Coin, Revolver, 4 mana, 8/8 worth of stats. When you put it like that, it sounds a bit more playable. 4 mana, 8/8. 2 cards, 4 mana, 8/8. Yeah. I don't like it. I could be wrong though. Be wrong. The Kari Enchanter. Dakari Enchanter, 3 mana, 1/5. Your end of turn effect trigger twice. Similar to Bran. Great in Shaman, I think. You got Mana Tide. You got Primal Fin. What else? Want some popular end of turn effects? Arthas, the new Lich King legendary. Sorry, Lich King. Arthas is this one different card. Ragnaros. There you go. Yasharaj. Well, you can't really combo this with Yasharaj. Ysera. I'll put it at 2. Reminds me of Bran, but a little bit weaker. Since at the end of your turn, you can't really take advantage of the bonus until the next turn. It's a unique effect for sure, though. Plague Scientist, 3 mana, 2/3. Give a friendly minion poisonous. I think in Arena, it's whoop, but we're talking constructed, so there's a meme potential with Wild Pyromancer. Give Wild Pyromancer poisonous, play a spell, destroys everything on board. Everything dies. Give it to a Knife Juggler, turn that into a machine gun. Anything the Knife Juggler hits with the ability instantly dies. Give it to Baron-Geddon, kills everything else. It's a neat combo, but obviously very, very janky. Give it to Sergeant Sally. Destroy your opponent's board, right? Not a lot of people know what Sergeant Sally is, so let me pull it up to remind you guys. Here's what you do. You play Sergeant Sally. All right, here we go. There's Sergeant Sally. So you drop Sergeant Sally, right? And your opponent's like, oh man, look at this. 3 mana, 1/1. And it's a rogue, so he's not going to puff it up. Ellie Giggle. And that's when you drop Plague Scientist on Sergeant Sally, trade in Sergeant Sally, and boom! Board clear, bitch. Easy clap. It doesn't work? Yes, it does. If Plague Scientist doesn't work with Sergeant Sally, I will literally... I don't know. What's the word? What would I do? It'll work. It'll work. Trust. It'll work. It doesn't apply to poisonous. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It won't work with Death Rattle. You're a dumbass. Okay, that's uncalled for. It works, Twitch chat. It works. It will work. Cut your balls off. That's a bit harsh to cut my balls off if this doesn't work. It's gonna work. I think it's a bit harder to pull off in constructed though, because in constructed everyone's just removing your minions. When you think about constructed games, minions rarely survive for more than one turn. It's just remove, 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 play minions, remove, play minions. I put out a 2. A poisonous effect isn't bad. Gets you a free trade, but I doubt this will be played. Good combo with patches, so on the off chance you draw patches in your opening hand, hey, kill something for free. Three mana, 2 for a battle cry. Give a friendly minion immune this turn. I really don't like cards that's based around you having a minion on board. I mean, it's not that much different from the Paladin 2/2, right? With Divine Shield. Trying to think if there's any crazy combo you can do with this. So the definition of immune is it can't take damage. I'm trying to think. Is there anything shenanigan-y we can get with this? Besides the infinite defile combos. Am I missing something? Amazing card in Arena? Yeah, I can see this being good in Arena. Giant sandworm. Good in Arena, allows you to get free trade, but constructed, I don't like it. Unwilling sacrifice. For the time where you really, really want to activate your ticking abomination. Choose a friendly minion destroyed and a random enemy minion. It's a deadly shot that also kills one of your own minion. How can it not be good? Hey, you want to destroy one of your opponent's minion? And one of your own minions? Boy, do I have the card for you. Egg synergy. Alright, Twitch chat, you can't just say egg synergy for every bad card. Oh, ticking abomination. You can activate your eggs. Sanguine Reveler. You can activate your eggs. Unwilling sacrifice. But the eggs. The eggs. Twitch chat. You can't justify every bad card with eggs. But the eggs. 3 animated berserker. Eggs. Meat wagon. What can it pull out? Eggs. All right. Let me tell you. Those comparisons are excruciating. That pun was excellent. Light Sorrow. After a friendly minion loses Divine Shield, gain +1 attack. It's way too expensive. At 4 mana? It's way too expensive. Lots of durability though. But you gotta play this on 4 and start charging it up, right? Are you gonna have existing Divine Shield minions? They did add a lot of Divine Shield this set. A lot of Divine Shield. The 1/1, the Howling Commando synergy, Bovar. But it still feels too slow. And True Silver Champ is really hard to replace. It's such a great card. Shadow Essence. This is a card that has me excited. Because Priest got a lot of big kahunas this time around. Arthas is also a good one to pull. The 9 mana 4/9 Taunt is a good one to pull. Comes with Lifesteal, comes with Taunt, comes with Death Rattle. And even if you low roll this on, you know, Northshire Cleric, let's say, it's still a 5/5 Northshire Cleric, right? A 5/5 eggs. 5/5 Devil Sword eggs. I can see this being a one-off. Reminds me a bit of Mind Games, but worst case scenario, 6 mana 5/5, which is bad. You don't want to be playing 6 mana 5/5s, but the upside is there. Yasharaj. I'm gonna put this at a 3. It's probably a 2, but the decks I like to think of is the high road decks. Some of you know Barnes is my favorite card from Karazhan. Barnes is one of my favorite cards, so I'm gonna put it at a 3, even though I think it's more of a 2. Desperate Stand, Ancestral Spirit, but with a worse effect. Although I think Paladins get more uses out of it anyway because of Divine Shield. Divine Shield minions are really, really good to bring back. Because a lot of times the mana cost is loaded on Divine Shield as well. Probably a 1. Like, you don't hate getting this card, I'd say. Like, if you get this card from a random effect, you don't hate it, but it's not a card you run. Despicable Dreadlord. At the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. Needs more egg synergy. Oh my god. With all these synergy with eggs, everyone's gonna be running egg, which makes this card really terrible. Because they're gonna definitely have eggs, right? Because everyone apparently is gonna run eggs now. And you're gonna trigger their eggs. So this just became a 1-star card. Because it has anti-synergy. Activate enemy eggs. If this was your own minion, this would be a lot better. Because they can activate your own eggs, right? I like it. Especially with the Gul'dan hero. Actually, this power level is related to the Gul'dan hero. So let's just jump to the Gul'dan hero. Okay, here's the thing about Gul'dan, right? Summon all friendly demons that died this game. That's a great effect, but for 10 mana, you need something that either protects you or removes your opponent's board. So here's the question. So there's only 2 ways a minion can do that. They either taunt or they either charge. Now, what demon has charge? Well, what demon has charge? Oh, right, this guy. This guy has charge. Small problem with running Doomguard and Blood Reaver Gul'dan in the same deck. Small problem. Small. Can you guys spot the issue with running Doomguard and Blood Reaver Gul'dan, who I assume you're going to use as a win condition? Small, tiny issue here. A tiny issue. All right. You might just discard your win condition. Alright, fine. Okay, so we don't add a charge demon. How about taunt demons then? Well, I know a great taunt demon you can play. High health, has taunt, blocks your opponent from killing you the turn you play it. This guy. Look at this. 3/8. So healthy. Prevents aggro. Comes with taunt, so the Gul'dan summons it right away. Not a small issue with this card as well, though. Pretty much the same issue with Doomguard. Yeah. So this is why Despicable This is why Despicable Dreadlord isn't too bad with Bloodweaver Gul'dan, because it allows you, if you have two of them, it's essentially a consecration at the end of your turn, right? Best case scenario, which is really good. It's one way you can remove their board the turn you play Gul'dan, because it's really risky to run Doomguard if you're running Gul'dan. Best case scenario, you play Doomguard when you don't have Gul'dan, and then when you play Gul'dan, it summons, it's great. But you really want to avoid situations where you might discard Gul'dan. And Despicable Dreadlord is a great card. I mean, 5 mana, 4/5, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And it's also a great resurrection target. You probably run Voidwalker if you're running Gul'dan. Would you run Voidwalker? I think you might have to, because you need something defensive. You're spending your entire turn summoning stuff. You need something defensive. So I think you do have to run Voidwalker with Bloodweaver Gul'dan. The hero power of Gul'dan is insane, though. It's a 6-point swing. 2 mana, deal 3 damage, heal for 3. Each turn, 6-point swing, 6-point swing, 6-point swing. It's insane. And it's lifesteal. As a warlock, you need health. Health is amazing. Health is great. I'm gonna put them both at a 4, actually. This might be a bit generous, but interaction question. Probably doesn't work, but I like to ask stupid questions. If you're Jaraxxus and you play Gul'dan, does Jaraxxus technically die? No, right? So you're Jaraxxus and you play Gul'dan and you replace Jaraxxus with Gul'dan. So now you're Gul'dan and Jaraxxus is gone. But he didn't technically die. So you don't get Jaraxxus back. These are the questions I ask when I look at these cards. That's good testing. It would be funny if it actually resurrects Jaraxxus, I guess, but probably not. Mal'Ganis with Gul'dan. We don't talk about Wild on the stream, because Wild is a fake game mode. Fake news. Designed to make you not feel bad about all that money you spent rotating out. Shit, is there still Blizzard employees watching? Toast. You gotta be smart about this. Alright, Ganache. 3 mana, give your hero +3 attack, gains 3 armor. No one runs Bite, so no one runs the 4 mana 4/4 version. But people run the Feral Rage, which is the 3 mana 4 or 8, right? Three mana, 3 attack, 3 armor. Feral Rage is 4 attack or 8 armor, which is a huge difference. It's a worse bash. Ooh, when you put it like that, it's very true, huh? Yeah, probably bad. Yeah, bash is a really good comparison. No one runs Bite. No one runs Claw. Probably no one's gonna run Ganesh. Lillian Voss. From thick to stick. 4-mana 4/5 average stats, which is generally what you want. The good cards are generally like average stats with good ability, like Dragon Operative, average stats, 5-mana 5/6, good ability. Replace spells in your hand with random spells from your opponent's class. The first things that come to mind is, of course, counterfeit coins. I mean, not counterfeit, coins from Burgly Bully and Razor Petals, essentially cycling them to random spells. Slam Down, Eastro Peddler. Following turn, essentially a free innovate for every spell you do have. Is there any spell that you want to keep and don't want to change? I mean, Eviscerate's a good card. Sap's a good card. Preparation's a good card. And Backstep's okay. Remember, you're replacing all your spells, right? With random spells. Which, on average, isn't good. You don't want to replace the spells you put in your deck. Because the reason you put spells in your deck is because they're good cards. You know? You're not putting it... You don't have Betrayal in there. And you're swapping out Betrayal for something better. You're not swapping out Head Crack. Because you're not putting Head Crack in your deck. You're replacing spells that you put in your deck. I don't know. I know it's just hand. I'm saying like the spells that's gonna be in your hand are spells that you draw from your deck or spells you get from Razor Petal or Burgly Bully. What I mean is that you don't want to replace the spells that you put in your deck that you drew because you're putting good spells in your deck. If that makes sense. You're re-rolling the spells that you put in your deck. Am I making myself clear? Re-rolling Burgle spell? Yeah, I mean, that's one thing to do it, but you don't get to choose, right? Let's say you're saving that sap for Tyrion down the line. Because you're playing against a Paladin, and every Paladin runs Tyrion. Then if you play Lillian Voss, that sap becomes a random spell. It can be anything. I don't know. I'll put it at 3. It's not bad. Turning your coins, your Razor Petals into random stuff isn't bad. And sometimes you do have dead cards like Backstab against a control deck is not useful. Swap it out with something better. Alright, this one's gonna be debatable. Thrall Death Seer, 5 mana, battle cry, transform all your minions to random ones that cost 2 more. This is really debatable. Really debatable, really debatable. So chat, hit me with your rating. It's a tough one to evaluate. Generally, anything that requires you to have a board presence is tough to evaluate. Because sometimes you think about the dream combo. But sometimes you think about worst case scenario, which is you have an empty board. Hero power is 2 mana, evolve a target minion. You can turn your fireflies into Devilsaur eggs. That is true. You can turn your eggs into 5 drops, which is also true. I don't think it's 5 stars. I don't think it's 1 star either. It's so hard to evaluate. But the thing is, if you have a board, wouldn't you just rather Bloodlust than would you rather kill your opponent? The only upside is you can play this with Doppelgangster on turn 10, and that's really late game. But Shaman, token Shaman, does go late every now and then. Because you exhaust them out of removal, and then you go Doppel Thrall on turn 10. I don't think the hero power is that good. Evolving minions, I don't think is good. Single target minions. Not to mention the fact you lose token synergy. And if you're playing this card, I assume you're playing some kind of token deck, right? With Bloodlust, with Flame Tongue, you lose the ability to generate totem. So you have to have a minion on board, or have a minion in hand that you can play and then evolve right away. Put it as a 2. Oh my god, what the fuck? Toast! That's a 5-star card! You dumbass! You dumbass! That's 5-star! Why aren't you rating it the same as me? Wicked Skeleton. Bad. Wait, hold up. You play this, then you play the Infinite Defile combo, and you drop a 4-mana Infinite. Game over. I don't understand. Look, it's very simple. Let me show you guys what I mean by 4-mana infinite. Here we go. Here's what you do. Right. So you got your 4-mana infinite here. Gain +1/+1 for each minion that died this turn. Right? Straightforward. And then you introduce Defile, right? A card that will infinitely kill minions as long as there's minions to kill. Right. But of course, how do you kill infinite minions? Ah, well, that's when we introduce Dreadsteed. So here's what you do, right? You play Dreadsteed, and then you play Defile. And once Dreadsteed dies, I'll summon another Dreadsteed. So this is an infinite loop. And once the infinite loop finishes, you play this, and it's a 4-mana minion with infinite attack and infinite health. So you win. Because he's never killing an infinite attack minion, infinite health minion. Come on, Twitch chat. It's first grade. Oh, then nerfing Dreadsteed. Okay. New plan. So you don't use Dreadsteed because they're nerfing it. Instead, you use Necrotic Geist. Here we go. Here we go. Easy. You got your Necrotic Geist, right? When one of your other minions dies, summon a 2/2 ghoul. And then the ghoul just keeps dying over and over again. And I know what you're saying. Toast. Wouldn't Necrotic Geist die too? But like we mentioned earlier, we have Death Speaker now. So you make your necrotic guys immune, right? And then you play the file. And then you generate infinite ghouls. And infinite ghouls die. And then you drop the 4 mana. And then you have an infinite attack. Infinite health minion. Come on, Twitch chat. I don't know how I can make this more obvious. The ghoul has 2 health. The file is 1. That's when you introduce Kobo Geomancer, right? In this way, your Defile deals 2 damage and kills the ghoul right away. So you play Necrotic Guys and Geomancer and Death Speaker and make Necrotic Guys immune. Oh shit, you gotta make the Geomancer immune too. Okay. So you play 2 Death Speakers, right? And you make the Geomancer and the Necrotic Guys immune. So now they both can't die. And Defile's doing 2 damage due to the spell power. So you're summoning a 2/2 ghoul, which dies to Defile, which triggers Defile, then kills the 2/2 ghoul. And so you got infinite loop going on here, right? And once you get that infinite loop going, you play your Wicked Skeleton, which would be a 4 mana infinite. You're welcome, Twitch chat. Don't abuse this combo too much. You might get banned. Alright. Anywho, back to business. What do we have next? Legion Poison, 2 mana, lifesteal. Rogues needs health, but I don't think this is the thing. That's one of the weakness of rogues right now. They don't have life gain, and they're trying to introduce a bit with lifesteal and a lot of weapon buffs, but yeah, I think rogue is still better off just trying to kill your opponent super quickly with a miracle turn. They're not looking to prolong the game too far. Stitched Tracker. 3 mana 2/2. Battlecry, discover a copy of a minion in your deck. I don't see Hunter being anything else but the Hunter we've know since release, which is mid-range. Well, not release. At release, we had a Undertaker Hunter, which is the most PTSD thing I've ever experienced. But Hunter for the last year is always the same Hunter. Mid-range Hunter that's revolved around playing minions on turn 1, on turn 2, on turn 3, on turn 4, on turn 5, and turn 6. You do not want to play this on turn 3. This is the worst thing you can play on turn 3 and in the current Hunter. I think if this was a beast, maybe, but it's not a beast. It's a man wearing. Don't be fooled. You know, it's not a bear. It might look like a bear, but it's just bear skin. There's an orc underneath it. It's a human being. Well, it's a humanoid. Don't be fooled. Anywho, it's just not very good. Its value, 3 mana 2/2, discover a card from your deck isn't bad, right? Because you only have good minions in your deck. That's why you put it in your deck. But Hunter isn't designed for value. It's designed for tempo. I won't put it as a 1, but it just doesn't fit in current Hunter. I'd rather drop a Bear Shark. Shark Bear? Bear Shark? Tuskguard Fisherman, 2 mana 2/3, Battlecry, give a friendly minion spell damage. It's one of those vanilla 2/3s with a not so good ability. It's better than a River Crocolisk, but that's not saying much. Love the card art. It's very cute. Bad though. If you really wanted 2 mana spell power, play Thalnos. Or Geomancer. Corpse Taker. Now this one is more in discussion. I think you need at least 3 of these 4. So there's 4 possible. Gain taunt if your deck has a taunt minion, divine shield, lifesteal, Wind Fury. I think you need 3 for it to be good. Wicked Flame is a card that can trigger 3 at the same time. Taunt, divine shield, and lifesteal. Alakir can trigger 3 too. Taunt, divine shield, Wind Fury. But you have to make sure you draw this before you draw Wicked Flame or Alakir, right? Probably put this at a 3. Let's say 4 mana, 3/3, divine shield, taunt, lifesteal. That's pretty good. It's essentially Silver Moon Guardian with the taunt and lifesteal. But the requirement is that you need to draw this before you draw the other card. In Paladin, you're almost always going to have a trigger because you're running some divine shield. And Tarim has taunt too. And Paladin is a very good chance to just be 4 mana, 3/3, taunt, divine shield. It's not bad. Hard to get Wind Fury besides Alakir though, because no one ever runs Wind Fury minions. I think Alakir is the only Wind Fury minion that is semi-ran. Probably slot it as a 3. It's not a 5. There's no way it's a 5. It's very versatile, but it's not that good. You're wrong. It's a 5. It's a 2. No, I don't think it's that bad. 4 mana, 3/3 with divine shield is still, and taunt is still not bad. Yeah, maybe it's a 2 actually. No, I'm gonna put it at 3. I'm gonna put it at 3. It's either 2 or 3. It's not bad enough to be a 1. I get the synergy with Wicked Flame, but the second you draw Wicked Flame, you're losing the lifesteal opportunity because there's a good chance you're just not running lifesteal in general. Druid of the Swarm. I think it's good in token. A 2 mana 1/5 with taunt really puts a wrinkle in your opponent's plan. 2 mana with 6 worth of stats is pretty nice. The taunt is annoying, and the fact that it's gonna be a beast means Mark of Yashiraj is good too. I definitely see this in token Druid, I think. I think it's a 4. The beast is has really good. I mean, token Druid is one of the most popular decks right now, right? Because of Innovate, Living Mana, Bitter Tide, and I think this fits really nicely into it. If you play Fandral with this, would it become a 2/7 poisonous taunt? What? When has Fandral ever worked like that? Fandral's never worked like that. If you play Fandral with Shell Shifted, does it give you an 8/8? No, it doesn't give you an 8/8. It gives you a 5/5. It's a 1/5 poisonous taunt. I'll put it at a 4. I like the versatility of it, and I think it has a great place in token Druid. Maybe it's a 3, maybe it's a 4. Someday I'll be just like you. 3 mana, 3/2. Too easily killed. The stat lines too weak. Effect is neat, but I would have liked this effect on a 2 mana 3/2. If it's a 2 mana 3/2 with this effect, I think not too bad, but At 3 mana, it's just way too expensive for that effect. Alright. Bloodworm. The good suck. Can you imagine? Ooh. Banish those thoughts. Banish those thoughts. Those are very intrusive thoughts. I wonder how it would feel. Anywho, 5 mana, 4/4 lifesteal beast. Generic pack filler, in my opinion. Maybe it gives Hunter a way to heal, but once again, Hunter's not looking to prolong the game. Play dead. Blizzard. I know you're trying to make this work, man. First, you guys introduce Feign Death. And no one played it. Then you introduce Princess Huhuran. And no one played it. Then you introduce Terrace Guild Stalker. And no one's playing it. And now, you're introducing Play Dead. Is this the one? It has egg synergy. It does have egg synergy. It does have egg synergy. In terms of egg synergy, it's 5 out of 5. 1 mana, summon a 5/5 Devilsaur. I play that. What's the best thing to trigger with this? Egg. Taking Abomination. Which would actually hurt itself. Savannah Highmane. Would you play a 1 mana summon double 2/2? It's okay. Probably a 1 still. The cheap cost makes it very comboable. Is that word? Comboable? Maybe it's a 2. The fact that it's 1 mana makes it really easy to play with other stuff. I like the combo potential. Because of that, I think we'll keep it at a 2. I want to... Realistically, competitively, I think it's at a 1, but this card's going to be around for 2 years. In that 2 years, if they printed insane Death Rattle cards that's cheap enough to combo, I can see it. Also, the art is adorable. All right. Webweave. 5 mana, summon 1/2, 2/1/2 poisonous spiders. According to Blizzard, when this costed 4 mana, it was one of the most powerful card in the entire set. Like at 4 mana was insane, is what I hear. And I can see that. You're almost always gonna go 1 for 1. Like, it's gonna go 1 for 1 in terms of card for card. With the potential to go 1 for 2. But at 5 mana, it's really slow. Because how do you deal with spiders, right? Poisonous spooters. Like a very clean way is Consecration, but even Consecration is a 4 mana card for a 5 mana card. It's somewhat even off a trade, right? Turn 5, it's Druid, you play this. Put it at a 2 actually. Put out a 1, 2, 2. It's not a bad card. Volcanic Potion? I mean, Volcanic Potion, you're still going a card for card. You can't lose value with this card, is what I'm saying. If that makes sense. Like, card advantage-wise, it's almost impossible for you to come out behind. Drain Soul, 2 mana, lifesteal, deal 2 damage to a minion. Power creeping on Drain Life. But Drain Life can go face toast. If you're draining life face, chances are you already won. But that's a 3. The effect is relatively 2 mana, deal 2 damage. I mean, Dark Bomb's 2 mana, deal 3 damage, which helps you remove 3 health minions, of course. But this is a 4-point swing. And Warlock needs lifesteal. They need health. That's the struggle with Warlock right now. They're looking for ways to heal up. We'll probably put this at a 3. Only because Warlock really needs healing to be good. 5 mana, 33. Gain 1/1 for each damage minion. That's Revenant. Bad. The effect is cool, but 5 mana is way too expensive. I think at 3 mana it's reasonable. At 4 mana I probably still won't even play this. At 3 mana I'll probably play it. But at 5 mana I think it's overcosted. So I'm going to give this a 1. Like, in my opinion, 4 mana is way closer to the mark than 5 mana. Spreading Plague. Plague. Alright, expect a lot of references to that. Plague. Spreading Plague. It's a StarCraft reference. 5 mana, summon a 1/5 Scarab with Taunt. If your opponent has more minions, cast this again. 4? 3. 3 or 4? 3 or 4. It's not 5. I think it's not good enough to be 5. 1/5 taunts get rolled over like carpet. Carpet? 1/5s are really easy to kill, especially when you play this on turn 5 against the aggro token deck. Chances are they can trade in without losing, but it's a wall. You're building a big wall, and you're making the token decks pay for it. They can't kill it in one go, for sure. If you drop this on 5 against a token deck, you should be able to keep at least half of them alive. But you're a druid. What druid will play this card? Token druid? You wouldn't play this as token druid because ideally you are ahead on board anyway. Jade druid? Jade druid, maybe. That's an anti-aggro measure. But then they just kill it. And you don't run buff in Jade druid. But that's a 3 because I don't know what it fits in. But at 3. Cryostasis. From the game company that brought you Purify, a card which silences your own minion. They are now introducing a way to freeze your own minion. Blizzard, you're fucking geniuses. You knew we were gonna want to silence our own minion, and now we're gonna want to freeze our own minions. Next, we're gonna be having effects that destroy a friendly minion and nothing else. 2 mana, destroy a friendly minion. Thank you, Blizzard. I mean, you can obviously use this on an enemy minion to buff it up, but man, that is a bad emergency freeze option. Shadow Ascendant, 2 mana 2/2. At the end of your turn, give another friendly minion +1/+1. Requires you to have a minion on board, and you don't get the buff until the end, so you don't get the value trade either right away. You have to wait for a turn. I compared this to Murloc Rockpool Hunter, which gives you the +1/+1 right away, so you can trade ASAP. But obviously, it's not a simple one-to-one comparison because this one stacks. Bad. Bad. It's bad right now. Maybe it's good in the future, but I think it's bad right now. I don't know. Northshire Cleric on 1 into this is a great curve, right? So you get a 2 for Northshire Cleric and a 2/2. Nah. That's one of those dream scenario kind of deal. You're assuming your opponent doesn't kill the cleric, and you're assuming you don't need to use the cleric to trade, which you probably won't. But Prince Kelaseth, Battlecry. If your deck has no 2-cost cards, give all minions in your deck +1/+1. Token Druid, what's their 2-drops? No, this has to be bad. If this was deck and hand, it might be better. If it was deck and hand, it might be better. But it's decks. So you have to play this, and then you have to draw minions. That has the buff. And you can't play any 2-cost minions. So 2-cost cards, sorry. It's a card with potential, in my opinion. Out of the 3 princes, it's the one with the most competitive viability. But it's only deck, which I think kills it for me. If it was deck in hand, I think it'll be 4, but it's deck. Egg synergy, Jesus. It is actually surprising how many cards have egg synergy. Because you buff the eggs, and it's a 1/4 Devilsaur egg, right? And then the Shadow Ascendant could have buffed the egg too. And Cryostasis, you can freeze an egg and give it +3/+3 to trade in. Why is there so much card that has synergy with eggs? Everything's working with eggs. Shadowblade's the reason why I get confused by Shadowblade on its goodness, because everyone says a 3-mana 3/2 weapon is great. Even if it's overcosted War Axe. Eaglehorn Bow, 3-mana 3/2, it's played. Rallying Blade, 3-mana 3/2, it's played. Just as a 3-mana 3/2 weapon. But the thing that confuses me is that Rogue already has a 3-mana 3/2 weapon. So what makes this so much better than the existing 3-mana 3/2? Right. I'm talking about Deadly Poison. Deadly Poison is actually just a 3-mana 3/2. So what makes this better than a Deadly Poison? Besides the immune this turn, which is good. I mean, healing for, 4 or 5 when you hit in a minion. It's not bad, but in my opinion, Deadly Poison is better than this in almost every single way, except for the initial hit, which might matter because Rogue needs health. They don't have a way to heal. Maybe it's a direct comparison, but there's also the fact of your hero power having anti-synergies with weapon in general. If you hero power on 2 and you hit right away, and you want to play this on 3, you're essentially wasting half your hero power. Doomerang? I think if you're running Doomerang, you'd be running it with Obsidian Shard, not this. I love Doomerang. I think it was one of the most unique cards I've ever seen. But you can Doomerang your own egg. I mean, you can do that with Deadly Poison. I put it as maybe the life gain difference is that much, right? Because Deadly Poison is not being ran now. Burlock. Burr. Bad. Acolyte of Agony. Bad. Pretty straightforward. Archbishop Benedictus. He gets full points for memes, 0 points for competitive viability. You don't want to shuffle your opponent's deck into your deck, as a general rule. And you don't want to play a 7 mana 4/6 as a general rule. Hell, you don't even want to play a 5 mana 4/6. You're paying 2 mana to make your deck inconsistent. I know Priest didn't get too much good cards this expansion, but I don't think they're desperate enough to replace their decks. What if my opponent has eggs? I guess this is one way to get 4 Devil Sword eggs, right? Obsidian Statue. The death rattle is terrible because you might destroy your enemy's eggs, right? Because it's random. This one has me confused, and it's one that a lot of pro players are debating. The effects are nuts, no question. But is the mana cost just too high? If you Barnes this, it's great. If you Shadow Essence this, it's great. But 9 mana for 8 is such expensiveness. But it does a lot of good things. It's something that is super defensive with a death rattle effect. So even if it gets, I don't know, Valspine Slayered, it's going to take out something. And if it doesn't get Valspine Slayer and he kills it in a traditional method of running minions into it, it heals you, it hits the minion back, and it destroys the random minion, right? It's similar to Primordial Drake, where it's just a defensive card that has an effect. The only way you can't get value from this is Silence and Transform. People aren't running Polymorph, and people aren't running Hex right now. I think they will run Hex, though. Hex is one of those great cards. And Silence isn't super popular. But it's so expensive. It has good synergy with Free from Ember because this is the only Priest class card, which means you have a 400% increased rate of getting this off Free from Ember compared to any other neutral cards. Also has good synergy with Eternal Servitude. I think the popular Priest deck will be Raza Priest with the Death Knight, and I think you would run one of these in Raza Priest. I'll put it at a 4. I like it. And you can also maybe get this off Stonehill Defender. Although you do compete with Tortola and Shellraiser. I don't know. A lot of people think it's terrible. but I like it. I think the effect is really, really strong. I might even go 5 stars on this. There's no denying the ability is insane. Okay, so this one I'm really confident in. And I will just come out and say it. This is gonna be the worst legendary of the set. Worst legendary of the set. A 100%. Four mana cards are all pretty good. Okay, Paladin has a lot of 4 mana cards. I don't know. Even without the condition, like 4 mana, 4/4 lifesteal taunt, it's still no. Sorry, Prince Valinor. Now his brother, Prince Taldaram. This one has more synergy with meme decks because you can use it on some big ass minion like a Velen, a Malygos, or you know. There's a lot of funny things you can do with this deck. It's a 3 mana faceless manipulator, right? I like it. It's probably terrible outside of very niche combo shenanigans, but cards like this makes me happy. Give it a 2. No, actually I'll give it a 3. I think it's good in combo decks that can use it. Egg synergy. From a prince to an egg. Hildenir Frost Rider, 3 mana 4/4, freeze your own minions. Now in the past we've seen 3 mana 4/4s, but they generally come with conditions. Arcane Golem gives your opponent a mana. Dancing Sword gives your opponent a card. Misha, but that's RNG related. This is not bad. It's not bad because it's easy to play around the condition. Also, the ogre, right? Random ogre. It's easy to use a condition. Sometimes you just drop a 3 mana 4/4. Would you play a 3 mana 4/4 vanilla? Would you do that? Would you just drop a 3 mana 4/4? And construct it, not arena. Is it a bear or a dragon? It's a bear. I think it's a good question. 3 mana 4/4. I mean, this is a little bit worse than 3 mana 4/4, but Edwin's a 3 mana 4/4, and some people do just coin out Edwin. Or we put it at 3. The effect is annoying, but it's one of those effects that's really play around a bow. Now, you can also just not attack with your minion, assuming you don't need to trade, right? And then just unfreeze it right away. That's how it works, right? Let's say this, right? You have a 2/2 minion on board that can attack face, and he doesn't have a board. you could just not attack, right? And freeze it, and it unfreezes at the end of your turn because it missed an attack. This enables you to attack with the next turn for maybe a more value trade, and all you're giving up is 2 damage. Why wouldn't you attack so it unfreezes right away? Like, would you rather have your minion frozen, or would you rather do 2 damage to opponent face on turn 2? Right? Uh-oh. Here comes that card. Hey, ever wanted to not have cards in your hand? Wow. I got some good news. Hey, tired of having cards in your hand? Wanna have 0 advantage? Boy. Ooh, doggy. I mean, if all you have is, what? Clutch Mother Zavas in your hand, he hits this, and you discard it, and it comes back. He hits it, boom. 2/2, 4/4, 6/6, 8/8, 10/10, 12/12. Easy. And you just drop that 2 mana 14/14. The synergy. Is this the dumbest thing ever? No. What if you have Silver Golem and Clutch Mother and hand, right? That's the 4 cards you have. And you drop Howl Fiend, and it discards Silverware, it discards Silverware, then it discards Clutch Mother, and then Clutch Mother, and then Clutch Mother. Does this have any potential to be good? Any potential? And I don't mean, hey, I'm gonna play this and play Treachery and then make him discard his card. Haha. Is there any potential for this in discard decks? It's not as bad as it looks, right? Is it as bad as it looks? Because it looks pretty fucking bad. Yeah, it's bad. I don't think that's enough if you discard. If you discard with the Doom Guard, it's gonna make your life hard. Rap God Toast at it again. Spellweaver, 6 mana 4/4 +2 pack filler. 5 dust. Simple. Bovar Fireblood. Five mana 1/7. After you pop the shield, 5 mana 3/7. Very sturdy minion. Very hard to kill. Curves into Spike Rich Steed very well. I don't think it's bad. The stat line prevents it from being bad. It's not bad. It's not 1 dust. It's definitely not 1 dust. It doesn't get attack in your hand, Jesus. That'd be OP as shit. So it's a 5 mana 1/7 when you play it, and the 5 mana 3/7 when they pop the Divine Shield, which they essentially have to pop the Divine Shield to kill it. Paladins don't have turn 5 plays right now, and this is a turn 5 play that curves into Spike Rich Steed with Divine Shield, making it hard to kill and a high health number. If you even just pop 1 Divine Shield that's not his own with the Righteous Protector, or Wicked Flame Bristle Bristle, it's value. It's 100% value. But you're generally assuming base case, which is 1 mana, 5 mana 1/7 into 5 mana 3/7, which I still think isn't that bad. Let's go 3. Let's see, it's an empty board. Your opponent has a big ass board. You drop Ovar. He Ellie giggles because it's a 1 attack minion. He pops it once. Shield's broken. He needs to trade 2 minions into it to kill it, most likely. On turn 5, there's nothing gonna be 7 attack, right? It's really hard to get a 7 attack minion by turn 5. I don't know. I'm struggling between 3 and 4. It doesn't have taunt. I know it doesn't have taunt. Four mana 7/7. Hydra. Yeah, it's probably. I think 3 is more appropriate. All right. Twitch chat. I think we all know how many stars Defile gets. I'm gonna look away from chat. I want everyone to spam the number of stars, and I'm pretty sure we will all come up with the same amount of stars. That's right. 10 stars, because this card is the shit. The design, the effect, the mana cost, everything about it. It's a 10-star card. Right up there with Ticking Abomination. It's so effective against aggro. The uniqueness in having to calculate the board, because sometimes Death Rattle and Summon Minions messes things up. The fact that it also works against you. Everything about it is great. There's strategic depth to it. Anti-aggro. I think it's an amazing card. And of course, you can have a... Oh god, what am I saying? You can have multiple eggs set up, right? Is there a 1 health egg? No, there's no 1 health egg, unfortunately. There's only 2 health eggs, right? Alright, where are we at now? Venom Strike Trap. New Hunter Secret. Snakes. 2 mana secret. When one of your minions attack, summon a 2/3 poisonous cobra. Is Cloaked Huntress back? There's also synergy with Professor Putricide, right? Meh, I'm very lukewarm on this. A 2 mana cobra is not bad. Probably a 2. The effect isn't bad. A 2 mana cobra. And then it's a secret. It kind of makes your opponent make some weird plays. And if they can't deal with it, it trades into a big guy, right? I'll give it a 2. It's closer to a 1, but it's probably a 2. Because of Cloak Hunters and Putricide, which has good synergy, I'm going to keep it at 2. Forge of Souls. Draw 2 weapons from your deck. This is so good with that Death Knight passive, right? Allowing you to dual wield weapons. Yeah. That's why you want to draw 2 weapons, right? Drawing 2 cards is good. Drawing 2 weapons is kind of anti-synergy because you only need 1 weapon at a time. But weapons are the best cards in the game, especially warrior weapons with War Axe. But what other weapons are you running in warrior, right? I don't think you can run this. Can you run this in Pirate Warrior? It's too slow. Is it too slow? Pirate Warrior relies on having a weapon. A Pirate Warrior with a weapon is one of the hardest things to beat, but you have to give up 2 mana to do so. That slows you down way too much. Then the big question is, will you run this in Control Warrior? Well, in Control Warrior, they only run 1 weapon, which is the War Axis. Or the Blade Razor. I guess, yeah, this Blade Razor, right? 2 mana, draw 2 cards is not bad. It's in your deck. I can see Control playing this. And weapons are really good. Probably a 3. Gorehowl? Maybe Gorehowl. Just doesn't jump out to me as a, oh my god, that card. Rolls the Bones. 2 mana, draw a card. If it has Death Rattle, cast this attack again. So minimum 2 mana, draw cycle card, a flare, if you will. That has the potential to draw more, right? How many Death Rattle cards are you playing? Are you playing in the Zoth deck as Rogue? Probably not. I think there's much better options. Even if you are playing in the Zoth deck. Oh god. No, no. Buttons. Pressing. Shit. What did I press? I pressed something that maybe I shouldn't have pressed. Anyone good with Photoshop? I did a thing. Uh-oh. Alright. Let me just move this over here. There we go. Alright. Alright, to chat. Anyone go with Photoshop? Because I definitely pressed Control Alt F4. Control T. No, that's not it. Don't just shout out random commands. No. Control zoom out. Control Z. I don't know why I bothered asking Twitch chat for help. Oh god. Window. Zoom, layers, view, fit to screen. View, zoom out. Okay. All right, there we go. There we go. Saved, saved, saved. All right. Back to talking shit. Morabi, the Shaman Legendary. Hey, man. Whenever another minion is frozen, add a copy of it to your hand. Yeah, sorry, Morabi. Also, they should have definitely made this a Tauren. If you don't know, Taurens are the cow people. Like Cairn, because it's Morabi. Morabi. This should have been a cow. That's all I'm saying. You missed the boat on that one, Blizzard. Fate Spinner, choose a Death Rattle secretly. Deals 3 damage to all minions or give them +2/+2. I love this effect. Essentially a druid secret. So you kind of mind games them a little bit. And because the 2 effects are complete polar opposites. One, you want to fill up the board with minions. The other, you want to empty the board of minions, right? It's like, which one do I want to do? Although the choice is sometimes really obvious, maybe you can mind game. I love the mind games aspect of it. And worst case scenario, it's a 5 mana Hellfire that they can play around. I don't think it's good, but I really like the effect. Just gonna egg synergy. Yes, just chat egg synergy. Wow, here's the thing. You know what's great about this? Both of them synergize with egg. 3 damage, pops the egg. +2/+2 makes the egg threatening. You can't go wrong. It has double egg synergy. It's egg synergy all the way down. Doesn't matter which one it is. It's always gonna work. Professor Putricide. Now this is a tough one. Because I know a lot of people saw this and it's like Fendro. Or it's like Bran. Or it's like Cloaked Huntress. It's like, oh my god. 4 mana, 5/4. Stats good. Vanilla stats is what you want. With a bonus effect. After you play a secret, put a random hunter secret into the battlefield. Maybe if you get one trigger of this, it's already value in my opinion. Like, you're not trying to live the dream. With cards like this, it's important to realize you're not living the dream here. You're not playing this into dropping Cloak Hunters into double secret. It's like, oh my god. You're doing something reasonable. Like playing this on 6 with 1 secret and then getting another free secret. But I think it's too slow. But there's no reason why you can play. You can play other stuff on 4, right? You can play Houndmaster on 4. You can play Rhino on 5. You can play Savannah on 6. And then maybe down the line, you have a couple of secrets and you have Professor Putricide. I don't know. What hunter would you put this in? Mid-range hunter? I mean, 4 mana 5/4 isn't bad to just slam down, but you have to play secrets, and I don't know if secret is good right now. It has synergy with Eaglehorn Bow, and maybe you can run it with Cloak Huntress to bring back Secret Hunter from a long time ago. I don't know. It could be a 4, it could be a 1. Freezing Trap is good. There's Hunter secrets are secrets that are just good in general. That's hard to play around. You're always gonna get some decent value out of it. Like Freezing Trap's always gonna be super annoying, right? I don't know. Wanna put it as a 1. But the stat is good, which makes it a 2 with a bonus effect. Yeah, probably a 2. Alright. The queens suck. It's ironic that she's a vampire, because this card sucks. One star. Turns out, if you're building a deck based around discard synergy, you don't want to be discarding it. Bad. Oh my god. Is this gonna be that card where everyone says it's bad and turns out to be the best card of the set? Nah, it can't be. Also, Brian Kibler says it's a good card, so it has to be bad. Next up, we have Toxic Arrow. Two mana Toxic. Wait, it's not even a demon? Wait, Blood Queen Lethanos not a demon. I just realized that. Why isn't it a demon? Aren't vampires demon? Or are vampires vampires? Aren't vampires demonic in general? Oh, she's a undead elf. Oh, I mean... Okay, that makes sense. Elf demons. I'm sorry that I don't know the lore, you nerds. Do I look like someone who's interested in Hearthstone Warcraft lore? Come on. 2 mana, toxic arrow, deal 2 damage to a minion. If it survives, give it poisonous. I want to say bad. Because if you do want to give it poisonous, you need to shoot one of your own minions that has more than 2 health. And then use it to trade in. Why not just Hunter's Mark? And you know what's the worst part? You can't even use this on an egg. It doesn't kill the egg. It just gives you a 0/1 egg with poisonous. This is anti-egg synergy. Trash! Night Howler. Well, this minion takes damage, gain +2 attack. Trash. Treachery. I love the meme potential. You can give your opponent a Bitter Tide, a Doomsayer, a Bomb Squad, a Howling Fiend, a Ticking Abomination. In terms of hilarity and stupid combos, this gets a 5 out of 5. In terms of competitive viability. Oh, also Apothecary. Unlicensed Apothecary, give them a 5/5. Summon Leroy equals Pyroblast to their face. But realistically, you're not gonna get too much value out of this. I wonder if it's good enough to run the Doomsayer combo with. Nah. Arrogant Crusader. That's Rattle. If it's your opponent's turn, summon a 2/2 ghoul. 4 mana, 7/4. Would you play a 4 mana, 7/4? I mean, this is assuming best case scenario, right? No, you wouldn't. There was a 4 mana, 7/4 in Ancient Shade. Probably bad, huh? Aggressively statted for sure, but I don't think it's good enough. It reminds me a bit of Shredder, actually. Let's take a second look. But Shredder is 3 health, right? And Shredder can high roll. Better than 2/2. Let's think about this. But you can trade with Shredder on your turn. No, that's true too. It's sticky. It is sticky, yeah, you're right. You can't trade with this though. I mean, you can, it's just very anti-value. Yeah, let's put it at 2 actually. No, maybe it's a 1, because what would you play this in? Aggro Paladin? The thing about Aggro Paladin is that Aggro Paladin will revolve around Divine Shield. I mean, Divine Favor. That's what Aggro Paladin does. You either run the Murloc package with Tide Callers into Hunters, into a bunch of 1/1s, into the 1 mana Divine Shield Taunt, and then you Divine Favor to refresh. Or you run the Murloc package. How do you fit this in there? Yeah, I'm gonna go with 1. Because if you're running aggro decks, you're not running this. You're running Divine Favor, and this is too expensive to be played. Mid-range Paladin. Yeah, let's give it a 2. Let's give it a 2. The effect is pretty good. It just sucks that you can't trade with it, right? Devour Mind. It's like a Thistle Tea or a Kabbalist Tome or a Nourish, except worse. Because it's not cards from your deck. And you might have some anti-synergy outcomes. Too slow. Way too slow. High value, but it's too slow. No one's running Thought Steal. Vedomancer, Pack Filler. Don't you have to look at it. Embrace Darkness. 6 mana, choose an enemy minion at the start of your turn, gain control of it. Way too slow. In the perfect scenario, it's good, but I think it's too slow. I mean, cast this on a Tyrion. He drops Tyrion, you play this. He punches you in the face, and you do get it. But again, we're thinking perfect scenarios, right? And you don't even get to attack with the minion you steal right away, because it's at the start of your turn. I'm gonna give it a 2 actually. I can see times where this is good. Like someone just Spike Ridge Steeja and you play this. I'll give it a 2. It's not terrible. Righteous Protector. It's a 4 at least. It's at least a 4. It's really good for what it does. And also, is this male or female? Because Blood Elves dudes have very long hair and effeminate features. I think it's female, right? Not that it really matters, I'm just wondering. It's female? Okay. Anywho. I think either a 4 or 5. 1 mana, 1/1 taunt Divine Shield is super annoying. It's like, it's not much, but it's, the taunt is annoying and the Divine Shield makes it very annoying. Because you need 2 separate hits to kill it. Right. It's either 4 or 5. It's really strong. It's not like strong in the sense that Yasharaj is strong. It's strong for 1 mana card. It's strong as a way to protect your Murlocs. Maybe a 4. But I think it's one of those cards that, in the decks that plays it, is one of the best things you can drop on turn 1. Dark Conviction. 2 mana, set a minion's attack and health to 3. Keeper of Udaman without the man. Got that joke from Gara. Bad. Good egg synergy. Make that Devil Sword egg a 3/3. Shadow Reaper Anduin. Battle Cry, destroy all minions with 5 attack or more. Hero power, deal 2 damage. Refresh every time you play a card. I think 100% you need to play this with the Raza synergy. This plus Raza is nuts. This by itself is okay. Not great. Not great. Okay. This plus Raza makes it nuts. I think this with Raza push it into a win condition card. Because if you have this with Raza, basically what happens is every single one of your card deals 2 damage. A targeted 2 damage. In addition to just dealing 2 damage at the start of your turn. Right? Raza by itself is good. 5 mana, 5/5, free heals for the rest of the game. That's good. Anduin by itself is okay. 2 damage, refreshes. Yeah. But Raza and Anduin creates, it's like peanut butter and chocolate. It's like toast and hafu. It's a joke. But yeah, combined together, it's just insane, right? God. But I think it's one of the, I think Raza Priest is gonna be pretty strong. Is it a 4 or a 5 though? I don't think it gets a 5. I think it's a 4. With Raza, it obviously goes up to a 5, but sometimes you have to judge card on a standalone basis. Because it's 2 legendaries you're drawing, which is pretty tough to do. Especially in Priest, which doesn't run that much draws. I think it's a 4. But I think if you can pull off the combo, your chances of winning skyrockets. Hydronox. Death Rattle, summon your taunt minions that died this game. I keep thinking, is the meta slowing down? There's no aggro cards introduced, but the thing is, we are living in an aggro, semi-aggro meta. It's not aggro in the face where it's like punch face, punch face, punch face. It's aggro in the sense of minion, 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 minion. You don't clear it, you're dead. Minion, 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 Savage Roar. Minion, 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 Bloodlust. Minion, 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 Gentle Megasaur. The only super aggro deck is Pirate Warrior, right? And obviously, if you play this, I don't know, because in a Hydronox deck, you're good against aggro. Because we're assuming you're just playing non-stop taunts the entire game. Taunt, 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 taunt. Similar to Taunt Warrior. Where you just taunt, 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 taunt. But the turn you slam down Hydronox, the issue comes from the fact that it doesn't have taunts. So they just ignore it. It's like, alright, you spent 9 mana dropping a 3/7. And the other question is, how do you kill Hydronox? It has 7 health. 7 health is actually insane. You're gonna have this weird situation where you drop Hydronox and you're not dead, which is great. But you have a Hydronox that you can't kill. What are you gonna do? Run it into his, you know, maybe 5 attack minion, 4 attack minion, and then wrath it? Right? That's also a small problem, is that Hydronox is pretty healthy and your opponent can just ignore it. It's like, alright, cool, nice Hydronox. Just gonna hit you in the face though. So you actually have this weird scenario of finding a way to kill your own Hydronox too. Because it's not a threatening minion. It deals 3 attacks each turn. It's a tickle. You're tickling your opponent. Alright. But if it was a battle cry, if the Hydronox himself had taunt, I think it'd be a 4 or 5, but without those things that makes it an instant effect, I think it's too slow. Malfurion the Pestilent. 7 mana, choose 1, summon 2 poisonous spiders or 2 scarabs with taunt. The effects are pretty good. It's very, very slow though, in my opinion. But 2 scarab is essentially 10 health worth of taunts. They're not gonna kill anything, but essentially it buys you 10 health and 5 armor. So it's essentially a 15-point swing. The hero power is not too bad. You know, either 3 attack or 3 armor too. It's a very bland ability that's not flashy, but I think in terms of, you know, hitting the value, hitting the tempo, it's good. It's boring. It's very boring. Definitely not a 5. It's a solid card. Maybe put it at 3. What's Roll the Bones? I put Roll the Bones on 1 star. Probably a 3. I can see people playing this. It's not bad. Maybe a 4? Maybe a 4. It's hard to evaluate because, like, the effect is not flashy and people say, oh, boring. Warlock does both. Well, Warlock's 10 cost 10, right? Like with Warlock, you can win the game with it. I don't think you can win the game with Malfurion. Probably a 3. I'm just thinking. Okay, it's turn 7. You slam this down. You get 2 scarabs. You get 5 armor, and your hero power deals 3 damage each turn. Yeah, I'd go with a 3. Scourge Lord Garrosh. His hero power is a 2 mana whirlwind. Nothing fancy. You know what whirlwind does. It costs 2 mana. Doesn't allow you to dual wield. 8 mana, equip a Shadowmourne that also deals adjacent damage. 5 armor. So best case scenario, you deal 12 damage per swing, which is a lot. The whirlwind effect on demand is cool too. But 8 mana for that? I can see this being played. In Control Warrior. In Control Warrior, you're slow enough. You have enough free life total. This is really good at clearing 3 minions at the same time, right? 4 attack is a really good number. Oh shit, this is bad. Because what if your opponent puts a taunt minion in the middle? And 2 eggs on each side. You'll hit the eggs too. Fuck. Is the hero power good? I mean, the hero power is synergistic and all, but Is it something you want to spam each turn? God, imagine this on turn 10. You can deal 5 damage to 3 minions. You lose the ability to gain armor. I mean, Whirlwind's nice and all, but how often are you Whirlwinding? When you have Acolyte, when you have regular Armorsmith, when you have Executes, when you have Sleep with the Fishes. Losing the ability to armor up kind of sucks too. I love the battle cry. I don't love the hero power that much. Thanks, man. I think the battle cry is pretty sick. And of course introduces more adjacency positioning, which I really like. Probably a 3. Bring it on. You ever want to let your opponent play tons of minions for free? Well, here we go. Nope. Turns out I don't want my opponent playing 100 minions on one turn. But you get 10 armor. Breath of Syndragosa. Deal 2 damage to a random enemy minion. Freeze it. Anything that deals damage and freeze is always kind of weird. Reminds me a bit of Arcane Blast, but obviously this one's random and doesn't benefit from spell power, and you're freezing. You can't even use this to freeze face. It's a good answer to like Murloc Tidecaller on 1, but that's the only thing that jumps out to me. Murloc Tidecaller, boom. That's a great way to answer it, but I want to go with bad. Can't see you being that good. A random arcane shot. At least a 2. Wrong. Wrong. Wait. Is that at least a 2? It's random. It's 2 damage. The freeze is a nice bonus, but I don't know, man. I just can't see this being that good. How many 2 health minions are there on turn 1 that you want to kill? Tidecaller. And I will say Tidecaller is the best case scenario. Flame Imp? No one has Flame Imp anymore. Getting a lot of pushback for this. Enchanted Raven. Yeah, I guess Enchanted Raven. Mana Worm, you don't want to be doing that on Mana Worm because you have to ping it next turn. So you're spending 3 mana to kill a 1-drop. Might keep as one. I might be wrong, but we'll keep it as one. Bone Baron. Five mana, 5/5 Desperado. Add 2/1/1 skeletons in your hand. Meh. Are the skeletons 1/1 like 1 cost or 0 cost? Because that's a big difference. Because one case you're activating your Edwin really easily. In the other case, you have to spend 1 mana. It costs 1. Meh. It's not terrible. Probably a 2. I doubt I'll see playing constructed. Generally at the 2 slot, what I mean is they won't be playable and constructed outside a very, very, very niche deck. But you won't be too sad about getting them. Is the idea. If I got a Bone Baron off Journey from Below, I'm not gonna complain. You know, if I got a Stitch Tracker from a random, you know, Malagos, it's like, all right, fine, it's cool. Ooh, okay, this one has a lot of discussion too. Syndragosa. All right, show of Kappas. Everyone who thinks this is a 5-star card, show of Kappas. Go ahead and type Kappa in chat. Right to chat. Everyone who typed Kappa, laugh at them. Point to them and laugh. Laugh at them for being so unbelievably wrong. Ellie giggle at them, forehead at them, lol at them. But this shit is here, right here. All right, I'm gonna make Syndragosa extra big. She's not the worst legendary. Valinor takes that spot. So if you don't know, Frozen Champion is a 0/1 minion that when it dies gives you a random legendary in your hand. Okay, it's really good if you're playing against the slowest deck in the world. And it's going to come down to the most value of games. But even then, if you know you're going to play against the most slow deck ever, there are better options than Syndragosa if you're going to go long term. Right? Because how do you pop those champs? You know? These aren't Devilsaur eggs, you know? You're not getting a 5/5, you're getting a random legendary in your hand. If it's summon Devilsaur eggs, instead of two 0/1 Frozen Champions, and it summons 0/3 Devilsaur eggs, maybe it'll be a 5-star card. But it summons 0/1 Frozen Champs that give you a random legendaries instead. You can ping it. And that's like the baseline plan, right? That you spend 2 mana to get a random legendary. So you're paying a 2 mana premium on the random legendary you're getting. Not to mention the fact you're not paying anything else that turn. You can't use it on his minion because you used it on your minion. And what if the legendary is crap? Most legendaries are crap. We think legendaries are good because we only see the good ones played. But there's a lot of crap ones. You can ping it after you turn into the Mage Death Knight. So we live in a world where you become Jaina and you're not dead. And then you drop Syndragosa and you're not dead. And then you have mana to ping it and get the random legendary and play that random legendary and you're still not dead. That's the dream. Yeah. I mean, but if your opponent's AFK, you can do much cooler things than that, right? Oh yeah, and the water elemental. I think it's just too slow. I think Jaina is okay. I think Syndra Ghost is too bad. Too slow, way too slow. I'd rather run a Medivh, because at least a Medivh lets you come back in the game. When you play Medivh, you're setting yourself back on tempo. And it's fine, it's whatever. Because the weapon, ATS, allows you to come back. You play Medivh, you fall behind, but ATS lets you pull ahead. It's like a what's that game called where there's a rope and you tug on it and there's two teams. It's like a war. Tug on a rope. And like whoever wins. Anyway, it's kind of like that with Medivh. You go behind on tempo, but ATS allows you to come back because you can play, you know, removal and it's someone's minion, so it makes up for it. With Syndragosa, unfortunately, that's not true. You fall back on tempo. And then you fall even more back on tempo if you want to ping your own frozen champ. And playing like overcosted legendary is even going to set you more back. Value-wise, yeah, it's insane. But why not just run like Elite Starseeker? Hell, why not just run Prince Malkuza if you love random legendaries so much? I don't think it's good. And I'm pretty confident in that one. What is this? 4-mana 2/3 Strong Shell Scavenger. Battlecry, give your top minions +2/+2. No. Bad. Bad. Wait, is this bad? Turn 9, Spreading Plague, Strong Shell Scavenger. 3/7, 3/7, 3/7, 3/7, 3/7, 3/7. Nah, bad. If this was like, I mean, if the stats was actually average, it might have been better, but 4-mana 2/3. I can't imagine it being good. Ooh, Eternal Servitude. Me likey this card a lot. Synergy with Barnes, of course. Synergy with Injured Blademaster, but I don't know if you're running Injured Blademaster in your Raza Priest. So this is why, like, I think Raza Priest is gonna be a thing. There's a lot of these cards which are good, but two of them is overkill, like Obsidian Statue and Eternal Servitude and Shadow Essence. Like, they can be good, but I think two's overkill. So I think Raza has a good place. And Raza Priest is the one class that doesn't need Reno Jackson to be a good Raza deck. So I like it. I like any cards that can high roll. So you Barnes into Yasharaj, they kill Yasharaj, you Eternal Servitude Yasharaj back. Like the memes. Think about the memes. Do it for the memes, Twitch chat. I'll put this at a 4, maybe a 3. It's probably a 3. But I'm gonna put it as a 4 because I love fun cards like this. This is a personal rating system, Twitch chat. Don't take it too seriously. And is this the final card? Oh my god, I've been talking for 4 hours straight. Frost Lich Jaina. Well, this is the final card. And I think it's one that we'll probably discuss the most. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but it does work with all elementals, including Anomalous Death Rattle. Baron Blaze Caller. So probably doesn't matter, but people like to talk about those synergy. Oh my god, you trigger analysis. Oh wait, oh right, I forgot Arthas. Right, Arthas is good for last. Arthas and Arthas. Right, I remember I wanted to save them for the last because of the Death Knight cards. You're right, there's one more after this. Anyway. I doubt Anomalous would work. Wrong. Twitch chat. Of course it works. I don't see Rexar's in there. Good or bad, Twitch chat? My initial impression is bad. Because you don't have any immediate effects besides the 5 armor. I mean, sure you get the water elemental, but you don't get to hit right away with it. If you do have existing elemental, it's great, right? Because you can heal right away. Ugh. And also, not to mention, your hero power has to kill something. It needs to kill something. You don't just get a 3/6 elemental. It's not like Jiraxis where it's like, hey, here's a minion. Something needs to die for you to get that value. Feels like a win more card. Lifesteal though, lifesteal's good, but this is a late game card. I think we all agree, right? 9 mana. It's pretty late game. And in late game, I don't know how relevant health is. Because control versus control matchups, health gain is generally the least valuable resource. Card and tempo is way more important. Health gain's like, whatever. Blizzard needs to do something about these boobs. What's wrong with the boobs? What's wrong with the boobs? That was down. No, that's 5 stars. It's 5 stars toast. Yeah, probably 2. All right, and the final 2 cards. The cute little Franker Z. Arthas. All right, let me. Oh god, wait, I need to resize my Alright, we got Arthas. But in order to properly judge it, we need to see all the Death Knight cards, right? Let me just head to www.thisguystoast.com. That shows all the new revealed card as well as the token and hero power. What a great tool. Have you guys tried this website? www.thisguystoast.com. It has everything. All the Death Knight cards as well. This is an amazing website. www.thisguystoast.com. Okay. So these are the Death Knight cards, right? There's some really They're not all good, to be honest. I mean, there's some really good ones, but there's some ones that makes you go, not gonna be happy if I got this. Alright, well, good. Death Coil is good. 2 mana, deal 5 damage is good. Obliterate's not too bad. Destroy a minion, but you take damage. Yeah, it's whatever. Frostmourne, summon every minion killed by this weapon. Oh wait, my face. Gotta reposition this. There we go. Death Grip is not that good. Death Grip, steal a card. You don't get card. You get a card advantage, but essentially you're paying 2 mana, draw a card. Meh. Death and Decay is probably the most versatile one. 3 damage to all enemy minions with 3 mana is muy caliente. Army of the Dead is terrible in control. They lose the card. Don't focus on that part. Losing a card from your deck is not a big deal. Unless the game goes to fatigue, just imagine that minion was on the bottom. Okay, so anti-magic shell's okay. +2/+2 can't be targeted. It's alright. Doom Pack, destroy all minions, remove the top card from your deck for each minion destroyed. That one's not too bad too. Like Doom Pack, Army of the Dead brings you to fatigue pretty fast though. Number 1 is Death and Decay. I like Death Coil too. I like Obliterate. I don't know about Frostmourne. Doom Pack, Death Grip, and Army of the Dead. And Anti-Magic Shell, I think, are a bit... Army of the Dead and Doom Pack are more conditional. I think Anti-Magic Shell and Death Grip are a bit weaker. I don't know about Frostmourne. 7 mana, 5/3 is so slow. And you have to break the weapon, so it happens on turn 3. Frostmourne is the best one. Is it? Frostmourne Doomerang. You don't get the trigger, unfortunately. When you return a weapon with Death Rattle, it doesn't trigger. Yeah. I mean, these are all pretty good. Anti-Magic Shell is pretty weak, though. Unfortunately, 4 mana, 2/2 to draw such a card, I think is a bit too expensive. I know, Arthas, you are freaking adorable, but I'm not looking to drop a 4 mana, 2/2. And if I low roll the Death Knight card, it's gonna be really bad, right? What was Doomerang rated as? I put it as 3 just because I love the effect. I'm a dog guy, but I don't see Arf first being played. I'm sorry, Lassie. I'm gonna have to take you out back to the shed. And the final card is the quintessential Lich King. Oh god, this is super low quality. Is there a higher quality one? This one's higher quality, I think. Can barely see his eyes. There we go. Oh my god, look at the pixel. 8 mana Ysera. Although I would say the Lich King's effects are way more powerful on average. And it comes with taunt too. It has the same amount of stat distribution. Obviously, I think with cards like this, you'd rather have health than attack, but still. It's a Ysera that's 1 mana cheaper, keeps the same amount of stat line. And I think the average card you get is better. Because Ysera, best one is Ysera Awaken, which is great. It's amazing. But Dream's okay. Forehead Sister's okay. Emerald Drake's okay. Nightmare's okay. Nightmare's not too bad. But with the Lich King, Frostmourne's good, Obliterate's good, Deathcoil's good, Death Indicate's good. Doompact is situationally good. Army of the Dead is situationally good. Death Grip is... I don't love it. I get, yeah, you remove a card. It's like, ha, I got your card, but doesn't swing the board, which you generally want. Anti-Magic Shot requires you to have minions on board. So, is it a 4 or a 5? If you say 5, it's basically gonna be included in every mid-range control deck. Do you see a world where almost every mid-range and control deck's playing this? Is this Dr. Boom level? Oh, is this a Trogzor? Is this the Trogzor? Is this Dr. Boom or Trogzor? This is the last card. The taunt is great. The taunt is really, really good. Makes it not just a dead card, right? Because they have to go through it. The most direct comparison is Ysera, but Ysera's not being run right now. Ysera's a great late game control card for when you really need the value. Army of the Dead and Doompact fatigues you. I don't think it'll be that relevant though. Imagine playing Army of the Dead, not hitting a single minion, and you basically spend 6 mana to destroy 5 cards from your deck. Genius. How are we looking towards chat? Anything you agree, disagree with? What am I 100% wrong on? You're wrong about Arthas? No, Arthas is garbage. It's too slow. And the low roll possibility is really bad. Because 8 mana, 8/8 is average stats, right? That's about most 8 drops. And you get a random Death Knight card at the end. So it's like, whatever. A 4 mana 2/2? That's way below average stats. I mean, sure, you're getting a Death Knight card, but If this was average stat and a Death Knight card, it might be okay. Snow Flipper is 5 stars. Uther should be 5 stars. Yeah, I know Ticking Abomination should have 10 stars, but I can't give it any more stars already. Can you explain why Ticking Abomination is 5 stars? I don't have to explain. I'll just show you guys. Look into his eyes. Now, do you want to tell Ticking Abomination he's not worth 5 stars? Do you want to look at this face in the eyes and say, hey, you're not 5 stars. I don't think you're 5 stars. Is that what you want? You want to tell him he's not worth 5 stars? That's what I thought. Valera, I know some people think Valera shouldn't be in 5 stars, but the ability is, it has to just be good, right? I could be wrong about Valera. I'm putting a lot of hopes on Valera, but Rogue is a class that always has a way to be good with Auctioneer. And they got Val Spine Slayer from last season, so, and Val Spine Slayer is a 5-star card too. Maybe Valera just doesn't fit. No, it should fit. You get a free turn. It is worrisome not being able to clear the board though. But Vanish is the thing. But do you want to run 2 Vanish just for Valera? Where did you put Serenite? I think I put it at 3. What quest will we see the most of? Oh, Death Rattle Priest is gonna make a comeback. Oh wait, not comeback because it never existed. I think Tom Warrior might still be good. If the meta slows down, you know. Tom Warrior is a deck that ends the game. The bonus of Quest Mage didn't get much. Quest Mage only got the Ghastly Ghoul, the Ghastly Spirit that gives you a mirror image. Where's Rexar? I think I put him at 2. No, I think I put Rexar at 1 actually. Rexar is too slow. Defile? I think Defile's good. Even if Warlock isn't played, Defile is a card that's just insane. Both in design, I think is really creative, and the ability to clear multiple cards. To line up your minions' health with his minions' health, and they go like boom, 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 boom. Which is why I think Defile is really nice. Will Warlock be playable? No. I want to say no. I want to say no. I don't think Warlock is playable. What about Jade Druid? Jade Druid can't be tier 1 with Skulking Geist. Because Jade Druid eats control decks. And control decks can afford to run a Skulking Geist if they want to. If you destroy Jade Idols and then Jade Druid, you win as a control decks. Because they don't have enough threats. You literally have enough removal. Like, let's say you're a control paladin. You got enough equalities, you got enough Eldors, you got enough Tarims. Once you deal with all the eventually big Jades, they literally can't put on a threat anymore. Dead Man's Hand is good. No, it's not. Quest Mage got Simulacrum, which means more Apprentice. You're not that starved for Apprentice, to be honest. The thing about quest mages, you're trying to accomplish 3 different goals. And best case scenario is that you complete those 3 goals at the same time. The 6th random spell, drawing your 5 combo pieces, and not dying is your goal here. Simulacrum helps with drawing the combo pieces, but you're spending 3 mana. You have to have no minions that cost 1 or 2, and you need to draw Sorcerer's Apprentice. And the thing is, you can't even combo it on the same turn. Or you want to go off. You can't go Sorcerer's Apprentice, Simulacrum, Sorcerer's Apprentice, because you need that Sorcerer's Apprentice in your hand, right? So you can go Sorcerer's Apprentice, Simulacrum, which costs 2, then play the Sorcerer's Apprentice you got, which costs 2 more, and then play the 3rd Sorcerer's Apprentice, which still costs 3, still costs 2, and it's like, it's very slow. Are you going to have the chance to spend 3 mana to scratch your own ass for a whole turn? Or would you rather just Arcane Intellect for Molten Reflection? Which is why I don't think Simulacrum is that good for Quest Mage. I could be wrong. It could be a good fit. It's very slow. You gain no advantage besides making sure you have 1 more Sorcerer's Apprentice. Don't you think you underestimate Treachery? Treachery is one of those funny best case scenario cards. Give him a Doomsayer, give him a Hounding Fiend, give him a Bomb Squad, give him a Rattling Rascal. Paladin should still be good. Rogues still should be good. Druid should be good. I think Priest, Raza Priest is something that's the most interesting one for me. I think the viable heroes are Priest, Paladin, Rogue, maybe Warlock, although I really doubt it. I don't think Warlock hero would be that good at all. Because you need to play demons, and demons generally aren't that good. What tier would you think Raza Priest is? The problem with Raza decks is they're pretty inconsistent. But Priest has a lot of tools, right? And if you get Raza and the Priest hero at the same time, oh, I think you'll be able to win games off that. Where's Rot Face on the list? Tier 1. It's funny, it's hilarious, but it's hilarious because you can get 5 legendaries on the turn, on turn 10. But random legendary sucks, and he has to survive getting hit, and he costs 8 mana on a 4/6 body. Corpse Taker is 4 stars? Not really. Where is Bring It On? 1 star. Why is Snow Fury 4 stars too slow? Well, you're not trying to like rush it out. What you're trying to do is set up. You're playing a very defensive style deck with Snow Fury Giant, I imagine, and then you want to combo it with Spirit Echoes, because it's hard for them to deal with 2 8/8s with Spirit Echo on each, right? Because if they kill both of them, you just replay them. And how do they deal with 2 giants, right? I think it's more designed for a slower deck. Best legendary day 1 craft. Well, I would wait. If you're someone who's a budget player, just wait for people to come up with the best decks, right? What deck would you be playing first? Death Knight Rogue and Raza Priest, I think, are the 2 decks I'll play first. I don't know if I'm going to spend the first day try harder. Why is the 4 mana Abomination tier 1? I'm not going to keep answering this question to his chat. If you guys can't understand why taking Abomination is the best card ever printed, then I can help you. Alright, I'm going to show you which deck I'll be playing day 1. Now, don't copy this one, because it's going to break the meta, and if everyone's going to play it, they can complain and get a nerf, alright? So I'm trusting you on this one, Twitch chat.